Sneezy man. There's some of that beautiful Ada voice acting. Hey Leon, it's me, Ada.
You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer.
He just stares at him.
Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. Try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You? Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
No, he's changed, I think.
So here's my question.
It really does sound like she's just on some primetime
Have you changed?
cop
Ada?
drama or something.
Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome. See you later.
Story of my life.
Loud boat. Well, this is one of the best songs usually in the game. Let's see what they do. Yeah, man, she just sucks, dude. God damn. Also, man, the dialogue, man. It's just trying to be like really dramatic and like tense, man. But it doesn't go anywhere because it's the same thing every time with her. And unless they add a lot by the end of this game, it won't go anywhere farther than that. Might as well have made it fun. Definitely doesn't feel like a good follow-up to RE2 Remake. But whatever. Gameplay time. That's the real stuff. They cut out the line. I'm not surprised they cut that line out. They hear the Lord. The no-no line. Just sounds like, kind of like what you said. Someone who just like, very just like stock TV kind of actor feel. What's going on here? We got Gatling guns.
Ashley. There you are.
Oh really? I've seen the first 2 or 3 seasons. Either I don't remember her, or she wasn't in the show yet. Boring fucking robot. Yeah. Perfect for our charismatic femme fatale. Damn, Island got a makeover, dude. Industry. It was industry that killed him.
Spotlights. Let's avoid those. Look at all these busy bees. I better watch my step if I don't want to get stung. Need to hurry.
Oh. Is he okay? Maybe you can only do it with the sniper? Oh yeah, maybe he missed with the red 9. Wouldn't be hard to miss with the red 9. You can kind of hear a bit of the infiltration song. Maybe it gets going when the fight starts picking up. There's been some songs that are unique in this that sound pretty cool, usually when the action's high. But I'd say most of the songs that aren't like high action songs tend to just not really exist. I don't know if in the world of AAA gaming, music during like non-action bits just doesn't exist anymore or what. Infiltration felt cool. It was a cool sound song. It's much more mellow right now. Not like it's inherently a bad choice, but we can turn this off from the back. I guess since this game has actual stealth, the infiltration might seem a little crazier. How about that though? Oh.
I've got some new items in. Welcome. Got some rare things on sale.
The Killer 7's up.
What you see is what I've got.
Cup with laser sight. Oh. Ace.
Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be. Ruby's all rubbish, thank you.
Need a few more bucks, man.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might say
The thing about hardcore mode is you rarely are running out of space, especially because I don't carry on more than 3 guns. So. I will buy the case, but we're gonna wait. I'm not gonna make any like crazy decisions. I should probably check for the map. It's probably got some trade items. Like I haven't gone like comfy on my mouse this whole playthrough.
Got a selection of good things on in for a bit of rubbish collection, stranger.
Limitless.
Finders
Cool.
keepers. That's what I say.
40. I
There's
don't know if
some
we're gonna get to
things
it.
Money can't buy.
Does he reset on New Game Plus? He does. How many spindles am I gonna get? Oh, the weapons don't. Yeah, you don't have to beat the game. You get the Matilda in the middle of the castle. Well, I could buy the Matilda. I don't know if I'm gonna get up to 40. And I don't... I mean, technically I have something I can use it on. Well, since the weapons don't... I mean, I won't buy a lot of these on another playthrough anyways.
Mate.
Yeah, because it wasn't really that good in the first place. Muggle tokens. Yeah. I'm not gonna buy a limitless trade item. I'll buy something permanent. Well, we'll save up a bit. I don't want any of this that badly. I could probably start putting stuff in storage, honestly, if I pick shit up. So. Yeah, I don't know if there's any TMP alts. There really should be. I heard the typewriter's not infinite ammo right away, so maybe that is. I feel like there should have been, yeah, like a TMP ult in-game though. There's already 100 handguns. What's up, Sam?
Take all the time you need.
I think I'll buy the Matilda and the attaché cases over the rest of the game, but if I can get the exclusive upgrade, I suppose I will. But I mean, I want something to do with my money, but I mean, I guess I could just upgrade every weapon. I mean, I probably won't
Your weapons
do a
are in
replay right
good
away.
hands, mate. I'll see you right.
Okie dokie.
Don't get yourself killed now.
Does it carry over your treasures too, like your gems? Okay, that's good. Goddamn. Need to have my fucking sensitivity change, man.
Damn. I knew it.
Brothers are tough. Oh, really? That's cool. Treasure. Treasure we missed too. Might be like above me though. I do wish sometimes I had not made this desk wrong. It's got like a bar at the bottom, but the bar is on this side instead of the other side. It means I can put a footrest on the other side and like it's fine, but it also means I can't get under my fucking desk very far. Which makes arm aiming a little harder to do. Well, I don't know how to get this. Might be later on. There just happens to be a place above this. Oh yeah, there was in the original, I suppose. Wasting too many sniper rounds, man. Well, the island is a big place they could improve. It's not like it was ever like bad. But I think it's the place that if they messed with it, I wouldn't complain. I mean, they've already changed some of it, right? The Gigantes were different spot and all that. God, my fucking nose, dude. It's real bad. I don't know if I'm wondering, like, if there's something in here. The AC's got something weird going on. Doesn't help it's been flipping from hot to cold pretty much every few days. Fucking almost summer, man. We're still getting like 20-degree days and shit. Well, they changed the approach here. Is JJ gonna be... Is he in, man? Is he gonna be here? My guy, JJ? Only been spring for a week. I guess he's right. Just keeps flip flopping. What, that it fucks with my allergies or what? This would be nice to snipe, but I only got one shot left, man. You're gonna use this on the enemies, man.
Damn it!
Oh. What's this guy? Guess they got rid of the Gatling gun. That was too crazy. Instead of the pigman with the fucking arm machine gun is better. Yeah, that's what I think. Really? The year of the Lord, man. We can't have them fucking run between rooms. I think that's been the most janky thing of the game. Is there's a lot of fights that'll start 1 foot into a room, but if you walk over that 1 foot line, everybody runs away. And I get they probably want to like keep the room feel a little bit, but it ends up being kind of ghetto.
There you go.
Yeah. JJ's a little quicker to beat. I liked old JJ, but I fits better in RE5.
Present for you.
I just killed himself. Nice. Oh, great. He barely lit that up. Thing is, they survive multiple Molotovs. They're very powerful beings. I need to put my mouse in closer. Well, it's, I guess, an interesting little change. Oh. I guess there's no point in shooting that, but I've already been kind of found out here. I mean, that's about as stealthy as the original at that point. I would say the stealth in this has been tacked on. I don't think it's been like bad because it doesn't pop up that often, but it does slow down a few rooms. I mean, you don't need to partake in it, but it's very typical, just like walk up and stab kind of stealth. You might be able to like approach and get like a better like spot to start shooting, but I think that's kind of the extent of it. And on replays, I don't see myself, other than like a couple rooms, doing anything crazy. It's more that it's just kind of there, not really a... Nice. Not really a feature you'd like bank on. There's people who are like, I wonder if you can stealth through entire rooms in this game. Like, ugh, would you really want to? It's like extremely, like, just slow. And very little depth to it. Yeah. The problem is a lot of the time the stealth is just some very obvious setup, kind of almost scripted sequences, right? There's a guy who's like staring at a bag of fucking potatoes or something like this, like, yes, the potatoes, they look quite good today. And then, you know, there's nobody in the vicinity. He doesn't patrol, they just stab him. Those sections are so, like, stand out. Like, Is this really gonna get in my way? Okay. This makes this area a little more annoying to me. They're so like stand out, like modern gamey, that I'm surprised they put them in, because everything else in this is pretty solid about all that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, they're not a big deal, of course. I don't consider them a big deal, but they exist. We got a treasure out here. It's like a chest. Oh, there's like a whole chest in here. Yeah, I mean, I've used it. I've used it here a bit, but I think you move so slowly that it's just not really as fun. Like, yes, I could probably sneak up on these guys and stab them. But if you fuck it up, then you're gonna be in there with like 20 other dudes. And it takes like a long time in the first place. It just it's not really worth it usually. I mean, maybe in later playthroughs, you can kill mini bosses in one hit with stealth. Like the bull guys. So there might be areas like the fish farm that might be worth it. We're trying to save ammo. Alright, I think we've seen it all. You can't climb up these anymore and change the mirrors, I'm guessing. There is no mirror. I mean, I guess the mirrors didn't really fit an island. Now instead of mirrors changing, you move turrets. Supposes. A-okay. Go like the long way around. Not sure if I'd say this place got an upgrade or not, right? I mean, I guess the mirrors were a bit more annoying. I guess they kind of just turned this into a puzzle area. The whole area is the puzzle. Needed some rifle. Oh, I thought he was gonna like come at me then. We still have to blow up the wall or whatever. Oh. That was a stealth opportunity. Maybe it was hiding down there somehow. Didn't see anything. Let me go up a little more and see if there's like a drop. There were hidden caves and stuff originally. Might be late to this patrol. Oh. Designated stealth man. You're just fucking standing here, man. Okay, that's what we're after. How's my knife looking? Keep using that one. I need to repair it. Okay, good. They kept all that. The links. Nice. Question is the triple better? Find out. $42. $45. Probably get more value out of those. Do need to use the yellows more though, but can always save some of them for the next playthrough. Cash in. Ooh.
Give me a break already.
found a whole lot of large resources. But I only just have enough gunpowder anyway, so it doesn't matter much.
A rocket launcher? This isn't good.
Keep shooting his RPG, man. He's going, man. You can hear a bunch of them waiting. Brother, man. Falling out. They're just handling you now, dude. Like when you shoot them and they just dramatically start falling backwards. Ah-ya, help me. Let's help me in Spanish. This poor bastard, man. Falls don't do much damage, just like in the original, I guess. Did he die officially this time? Or is he coming back for another round, man? Oh, one more. Now we got him. Oh, he's juicing. What the?
Here you go.
Oh, there's an explosive. I used the shitty grenade, it's fine. Almost had a handgun ammo. Speed tech? Oh, just to get through all this? I'm guessing there's a few well-placed grenades you can throw to take out most of these sitting people. You could kind of do that in the original, but you didn't really have a lot of grenades to spare. I do like that about this game, though, that grenades are much more common. They're a nice little bit of tactic. To balance that, they have heavy grenades and they have normal grenades. Neither of which are super duper strong. They're strong enough you use them still at cool points. Yeah, from watching people do Village again, there's a lot of little speed things. Most locks you can shoot through cracks in walls and stuff and shit like that. Grenades and stuff like that you can get through little areas. There's not as many locks and stuff and castle and I assume here, but assume we checked everything out. Sub-objective. That's cool. I do like that the bodies stay, and sometimes they'll stay leaned up against stuff just like physics. Like you can kick a guy, and then he'll like just smash into the wall and like die, and then he'll kind of be like stuck on the side of the wall and stuff like that. They don't always like ragdoll out like crazy. They'll kind of fall against shit, or they won't like guarantee do some kind of like hand animation. Right?
This where they're keeping Ashley? Yeah.
Looks a little different. I don't know if the guys with the gas masks are fucked. I think it's just these guys. With the metal face helmets. I don't think the gas mask guys were protected from shots originally either, but not been a whole lot of guys wearing shit, and that's just maybe like face masks. This will not up.
Doesn't look like I can get in through here. Need to find another way.
I hear him. Raymond Salazar. Oh, another crown. Really? Cool. It's the Ashley dumpster. Oh, you can actually open it. I just walked up and spammed a button on it for fun. Well, so far the island seems, I mean, similar. There's obviously little changes, but this area right here, I feel like it seems different though. But we already know there's going to be a lot. I mean, Krauser's cutscenes already happened. We've already met him. The area where you sit on the throne is not going to be here, because we already had that. The double Gigante fight won't be here. I highly doubt the laser room's going to be here, if the throne room's not there either. Throne room, our laser's a little too much fun. I think it's fun. I think it's funny. I hear it. I be hearing it. Apparently Mercenaries comes out in like a week. It's not in yet, but I don't know why they added a week later. I guess maybe to update it so people stay like invested in the game for longer. So maybe it's in the public eye longer. I'm not sure.
Won't open.
Maybe to own people without internet? I didn't say. Not that you'd really not have internet nowadays if you're playing a game like this, but I'm trying to think up a reason.
It's locked.
I wonder if it's probably got a code, like a key code lock. I doubt there's many locks where you actually shoot them off anymore. Are the big boys here?
Voy a bañarme en tu sangre. ¡Rodeadle!
Wait for the grouping sometimes, man. Unless I get their heads directly in that little center bit. Easier just to take your time. As long as there's not like a million dudes on you, like a better accuracy. Yeah, I'm like almost always out, but I never want to make any because they always throw you a little bit. I've stopped making handgun ammo a while ago. Like I could, it's cheap, but this case gives more handgun ammo drops, so it's been fine. But yeah. Yeah, there's crafting. So like if I really wanted to, I could. I don't know how I feel about the crafting system. I don't feel super strongly any which way. Like it's not like that great. I mean, it's cool to make what you want to kind of like focus on things you like, I guess. But I also like just having them just kind of give you whatever. You just deal with it. It does mean that you can have strategies and almost always have the key to that strategy, like a grenade, as long as you've been careful with your resources. Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's still got adaptive drops and stuff. From what I understand, if you have like almost nothing, there's always plenty of ammo drops. So. It's one of those. I've been out completely of everything like maybe once. In the village. The village is definitely where you're sweating the most. I've seen people get very close to having nothing or have their ammo. I've pretty much be so low that it like make like a section harder and stuff. It's not like they always give you it, but yeah. I don't feel very like it's bad or anything. I think maybe some of these are a little expensive. 17 gunpowder for magnum ammo. And it's only 3 magnum shots. I'm like, damn, dude. I feel like you get more damage out of 7 rifle, and it definitely has more utility. But I mean, at least you can make magnum ammo whenever you want, right? I mean, I would say overall it's fine. I mean, I don't think it's like a big problem. Like I said, it means you can kind of focus on something if you like it a bit more. Like I said, I've been watching people do village a bit. It's like, you know, some people they'll just make more rifle or make more something else, and I imagine those kinds of choices kind of keep carrying over for a while. I don't think it's to the point where you only use a single thing though. That would be shit, because you don't want people to just like sit on one thing. I mean, obviously you'd introduce utility, which is what which is what RE4 already does, right? Like these all have like a time you would use them, right? This is just the bread and butter that you just use all the time. You know, the room clearing, the DPS, and then, you know, long range DPS kind of shit. They have lower ammo. I was like, they work. They got their utilities. You wouldn't want to be able to only craft shotgun ammo or something. That's in the ground of infinite ammo kind of shit. The territory. Let's see Ashley yelling help on the CVC. I feel like she's not even gonna be here in the beginning.
Ashley! Ashley!
She's gonna be like corrupted or some
Come
shit.
on, Ashley, wake up! Shit!
Hang in there.
I shoot. Probably shouldn't be yelling. Are they gonna introduce the big boys? The big boys would have already been in. Are they not gonna be in this, or are they just gonna be these types? He just stares longingly at that corner. I'm curious if you can one-shot these guys this late in. Fuck is he, man? I'm like physically leaning right now. Maybe he hears me like moving a little bit. I don't know how much they actually hear shit like that. Not super robust stealth, and he doesn't even notice this dude's dead, which is fine. I mean, I'd rather it be gamey and shit. The Louise
Need a
key.
key card.
Lewis. Being able to always have a flash grenade is really nice for like tactical stuff. I think that's one of the places I like the
Door's jammed.
crafting quite a bit. I mean, you usually had plenty throughout the original game, but once the difficulty's a little harder here, having those options on hand is nice. Looks like there's treasure in Ashley's room. Shit. Sorry,
One down.
God damn, boy. Jesus, son. Well, visually, I mean, it's improved just like the castle. I feel like this is more akin to how the village got upgraded visually, or it still feels similar atmospherically, but it's just been cleaned up. I think castle's lighting and everything changed so much, and the layout of so many of the rooms, and there was so much cut out that it felt much more drastically different. It's not a problem either way, but other than the music change, this feels still very much like the island. Yeah, it's underneath it. Let me double check there's not like that. A little more rustic. I mean, it's dirtier. They have guys in pig heads instead of like super military. There's not guys with like grenades on their chests yet, and military helmets are not as often. Yeah, I think it's the dirtiness of it, the dinginess. I think maybe is why this feels a little bit, yeah, more run down. I mean, it was still pretty dirty. Maybe you're just thinking of like the later bits with like the lasers that you're jumping over. They're very clean metal and stuff like that. Prison cells, yeah. I imagine he's just talking about in general, though. I think a lot of the details, yeah, just kind of going into more dirt and stuff. Like I said, I also think that the enemies look a little less military than before. I mean, they don't have JJ anymore, right? JJ's the Gatling gun with the beret. There's no like beret guy flying around. Maybe he's in somewhere as a boss, but... I feel like it still feels pretty much the same. As far as like the goal of the atmosphere. The tone. The castle changed a lot. Abandoned-ish? Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I think that a lot of that's because there's just so much shit strewn around. Nobody'd really leave their shit like this. I think that fits a bunch of like mutant, like parasite build, like zombie guys. Like they're probably not doing a whole lot of like touch up on equipment. They're probably just like shambling around, just, you know, shit's dropping everywhere. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I doubt it's gonna have the same look the whole way through, but I'm assuming the garbage area will be bigger tells. Loot in there. How much money they still got the guy who jumps out of the fucking refrigerator, dude. They would never get rid of that, especially in 2023. They gotta... Everybody loves their jump scares. Like one of the few, like... prepped jump scares. He's in a different spot, but this was the general area. This guy, though, much harder for him to grab you. He spawns out, like, way farther away. And he's not in a fridge anymore, he's in a fucking, like, actual, like... industrial stove or something. It wasn't a fridge before, right? Or was it still kind of like a stove? You know, black bath.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
What are your challenges, buddy? I figure if there's any challenges, they'd probably be earlier, not later.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? Bigger is better, as they say. Or at least I thought so when I was a lad.
Hey, I get it. It's a dick joke.
Thank you. Thank you. Sad to say that's the end of the road for that weapon. Packs a punch. Enough for most. And it doesn't get any better than that. It's a veritable work of art, mate. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. We'll come back anytime.
Running out the Killer 7 wouldn't suck, but like I said, I just don't really do a whole lot of Magnum stuff, man. Especially when I've got like fully upgraded riot gun, and since I use the semi-auto, the DPS is really good compared to the bolt action. The bolt action's satisfying and everything, and it gets a shitload of ammo, but nothing quite like being able just to put a bunch of shots into somebody when they're in their weak days. The bolt part kind of, I feel like, slows it down a bit. Maybe it's got better DPS when you fully upgrade it. Although you do have to re-aim every time. Although this game, the bolt action doesn't really have any, like, kickback or anything, so you don't have to really re-aim very hard.
Welcome. Why not try your hand at a new gun, stocking up while you play? And travels.
I don't think I've ever been just like out of resources like that. I don't know if I've just missed this guy's challenges or what, but I suppose we'll be coming back through. Freezer. Ooh. Dissect. Don't. And I need to get some more rifle ammo. Regenerators coming up, I'm sure. Now we got different keycard levels. I think there was keycard levels in the original. I think what happened though is they just rewrote your keycard a couple times. It was different colors instead of levels. Detail. Pretty sure the freezer's where the thermal site was. Don't have any key cards though. Can hear him shambling. Mr. Spooky himself. Like they're gassing him up a little bit. I can't remember, did he just show up originally in the first one? Or did he have like a whole thing? I mean, in the freezer he like unthawed or whatever and then rolled out, but I can't remember if you ran past one before that. The music was one of the big things. The music in their voice. This one they got him peeking around corners and shit in the pitch black. Section freezer incubation lab. Where the incubation lab at? Must be down here. Oh. I do like all of the different colored lighting. That really is only going to come from a more modern place, though. Like the use of that. Definitely gives the island a bit more variety and feel, man. You gonna come busting out of here? Shit ain't open yet. Let's hope they're as easy to deal with as they used to be. Oh. What am I looking at? Guess I'm gonna have to hit all these little electrical bits. Is that it? Guess you have to do more than have it just all go to the oh, you have to go all the way to the on the bottom there, you have to push all the way to the right and press power. I was like, it should be done, but there's like a confirmation slide. Oh, you brute force it? It seems very brute forceful. He was a fool. I have everything under control. I was the real fool.
Christ. kind of experiments are they doing here?
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, shit. Well, I'm gonna assume the freezer still has what we want.
Fuck are you?
Freezer's a little ways back.
Gotta switch the power over.
What the fuck is that? Power control lever.
Do anything?
Yeah, they got the spooky eyes. They make you run from 'em a little bit longer. Yeah, I like how it's oh, they run a lot faster. How it's pretty much like a factory with a bunch of like medical shit and stuff in it, and experiment rooms. Feels much more, you know, cultist adopting, you know, a small Spaniard cult adopting like modern tech and like hyper focusing on their little terrorism plots. Oh, nice. Another one. And that one has to be like that. Or close to it. I have to mess with this one a bit. See, this one has to face down there at some point. Can they go back up through it? Oh, they can, yeah. That was like a one-way trip. More likely we gotta go here. Probably just stop and think about it for 2 seconds instead of just freeballing it. Like how the regenerator was like just on us and now we're just like, buzzers? Like I need to change the outside? I don't really think there's much room to change that. Pretty much set up right there. Unless you filled it from the outside, which I guess you could do. Maybe that's the idea. Doesn't seem like it. You can only change one set at a time. You kind of have to think ahead. Well, this needs to either be like this or like this. You only have two choices. I guess maybe I should work from the inside. That ain't gonna work. This is probably us. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't like the cold. They're very polite, yeah. You should see these Spaniards without the lost block I sent them. He just assumed the worst because the guy was ugly. Yeah, that guy was clearly just power walking to his desk so he could get to work, but Leon thought he was coming to attack him, of course. Maybe we have the outside wrong. Maybe that's been my problem the whole time. So you don't really have a whole lot of choices on this part. Oh, there's a line in the middle going up too. Oh. Oh, the power stops when it reaches the, yeah. I don't know why I just realized that. I keep thinking it can like go through it, but it stopped. You have to make sure you're like duplicating it. Go this way, there's only like one that reaches, man. This just feels the most efficient, but yeah, I'm crazy. He's very patient. Very kind. There's so many ways these can go, man. You change one of these and changes all three. Oh, fucking nose, dude. Ooh. Stare at these longer instead of fucking around. Exercising both his muscles and his brain. Yeah, he's under fear right now of the regenerator. That's why it's taking him so long. I'm just trying to be immersive. You see. Honestly feel like you're supposed to line these up differently. If there's like some sweet spot where you go all the way in through the middle, then come all the way back out. Feels way less likely. Finally. It's that first one, man. You assume you're like, okay, well I need to get as many different branches of the electricity as possible, but you have to have the first one reach like only one line essentially. You keep telling yourself it's bait. Oh shit. Like an MP5. Hmm. Does this use TMP ammo? I mean, I got the money. We could try fucking with it. Try it out. Submachine gun. Usually I wouldn't bother, but man, fuck. Could give it a go. Where do I want to assign it though? Yeah. That's what it is, the coyote. Submachine gun ammo is, yeah, TMP ammo. This is the first gun I've seen that uses TMP ammo, though. We had an assault rifle earlier, but it uses rifle ammo. It's like, it's unless you want a full auto sniper rifle, which does way less damage. This is cool. Probably upgrade it before I start putting money down on it, though, or start spending ammo on it. Try it out for fun, right? Where's
It's taking so long.
the thingy, man? Did they move it? I think they moved it. Yeah. Man got jumps. Oh, he's thick as fuck in this. I don't know what's up with them. The Lost Pockets, dude. They like ass. Simple ass. I'm not sure if I missed something. Or if we're supposed to come back with a thermal later. Because the thermal was in the freezer before. They might want them to be a little spookier. Yeah. Might be in there. Where's he going, man? Oh, did you? Well, because before you would like uncrank that wheel, right? And then the thing was in there, and I think that was the bait. Was that you think it's in there, but then it's like maybe not? As long as I don't miss it, I mean, we'll go back if I do. But assume that not that many points of no return. Oh, we got the incubation lab. That's probably in here. It's more serious looking business. Giving us the rifle ammo too. The wink wink ammo. Yep. Brother's got the umbrella treatment. What the? This thing's massive. You can put it on the submachine gun. Cool. You can scope in your submachine gun. I guess that gives you a reason to maybe keep the normal scope if you want. It's just irons otherwise. No, I don't think this has irons. Probably rather just do this. Although that might make it more accurate if you put a scope on it. Then it doesn't have the shot grouping problems. I don't know. Wish you could just put a laser sight on it. Sucks that the laser sight's for like one thing.
This thing is controlled by bugs.
A little faster in this. It's harder to deal with. Let's try out this with the part. Ooh, that reload speed. Yeah. Yeah. No. No. Christ, dude, yeah, without upgrades on that thing is fucking rancid, dude. God damn. I want to try something with TMPMS, so I'm gonna upgrade it fully, but yeah, not right now, dude. Thing's getting me hurt, man. Yeah, they're really trying to sell you on that upgrade speed. I don't know if they changed the animation in this. In the original RE4, they'll have new animations for certain speeds. I gotta say, the reloads in this are a lot more boring. They're more real, in a way. But I liked when Leon was like throwing in like magnum rounds and shoving in like entire clips into fucking, you know, the rifle and stuff, even though that's not how you're supposed to do it. The sound effects are like much more meaty and fun. I could give two shits about realism, dude. I'm fighting like regenerating Frankenstein monsters. This guy does? Yeah, I could see that. Oh. Or even the original. And this. I got you, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, it's good there's multiple. Oops.
you go.
Forgot where I hotkeyed my flash. I should have just went to the inventory. Boot knife. I mean, it's cute that you have more ways to take down the regenerator if you want. But yeah. I think rifle, even though it's a little harder now than it used to be, still probably the go-to. They got rid of the X-rays, man. This dude's just been waiting around the no-no corner. It's nice of him. Okay. Got too much zoom on this fucking thing, man. The other one's nearby. Oh, you can't parry. Good. These guys are too strong. This fucking door closing, man. That's aggressive. Auto door, man. I really hate the fucking sights on this thing. They're so faint. like they blend in with the color of the guys that have the heat on them, right? So it's like a yellowish orange, and the sights are like yellow orange, and they don't go all the way in. They make it very annoying to aim on the fly, man. Cost me a lot of rifle. But I guess they always did, man. These guys are a lot faster too. In the past, I'd usually just shoot them standing, or at least shoot them so that they fall over, and then just finish them off. But much quicker in this. Yeah, I hate the sights on that thing, man. Hopefully, there's not too many more of these guys. I'm gonna keep cranking rifle ammo. Yeah, I'd say it's about fine. It's cute they make you run for a little bit longer, because they know that these are the spooky guys. But yeah, so far the islands felt about the same, other than improved visuals. There's been a few like changes here and there, and a couple enemies that are different, but definitely a bit more subtle. I'm gonna have to reroute power to get over there. Oh, they actually let you open it? That'd be useful. I guess it doesn't matter now, but okay. I just figured they locked you out. Cool. You do need power. I would almost say if anything, this island's a bit more tedious. Like the mirrors, I guess, weren't like super chill or anything, but having to like swap all the turrets and then walk backwards and forwards through the turret lines and turn the power on and off and stuff. If you're doing side shits a bit. I wouldn't say tedious in like an annoying way, but it's more tedious out there. Maybe I shouldn't use the word tedious. That makes it sound like it's a big problem. I don't know about this MP5. I'll have to upgrade it and see. The bad thing is the accuracy is like probably fucking horrible. And the accuracy is probably better if you put a scope on it, but I also really don't like aiming down the scopes with a gun like that. Cause then you zoom in and you're like, where the fuck am I? I don't need to scope a guy 2 feet in front of me, you know? But the problem is, if you don't have the scope on it, I feel like they make it super inaccurate. I just wish you could put the dot sight, or the laser sight on more stuff. That would be good. And you only get one, so... I feel like the laser sights almost makes the other pistol seem like something that might be worth thinking about. Just for fun to mix it up. I mean, I'm not gonna do it now. I like the Red 9 plenty. It doesn't have the same sound effects and shit, but...
Shit.
The SG. Oh, okay.
You're gonna be okay.
Oh, you can store first aid. Yeah. I got him. One for every chapter, right?
Leon?
Sorry I'm late.
No. Thank you. You brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
He was worried about you. Until the end. Come on. We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
For Louise. Okay.
Ada, come in. There's a lab where we can remove the parasites. Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Huh. Ada the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me.
He's such an asshole in this one. It's not as interesting, man. What was with the 5-hour delay on... I mean, they're in the same area, aren't they? There's not good service out here, man. Yeah, she had like 10 seconds. She's like, let me think up something good. Now you owe me. Got him. She seems more evil. Like she's only helping him out of like some obligation in this one, instead of a somewhat mysterious interest. Like in 4, it looked like she was like, oh, you know, she kind of likes him, but she's also kind of like shifty. And I feel like the dialogue and the way she just spoke kind of sold it. You weren't really sure what she was up to. Crystal ore. The summit. I'm going up. Man, I like handing out these black bass. Rotting fish. See, the only problem with them, this is one of the reasons that having more guns doesn't really help, is that they'll drop ammo depending on what you have. So, if you're walking around with this, you're going to start getting submachine gun. And if it's not upgraded or it just sucks, then, I mean, you're just splitting your power up a bit. Unless there's like hard drops for something, which... sure, sometimes there is.
Could you give me a boost?
You got it?
Duh.
I need you to open it from the other side.
You really have it, considering you've gotten caught 100 times. Shit's under control, man.
Pretty much a master of unlocking.
Blue medallions in the cargo depot. I cringed when I heard them overdo the RE1 meme. Clean hay.
I've got some new items in stock. Come take a look. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Better to be over-prepared. Am I right?
Oh, the shooting gallery.
Easy work. Good as new.
Welcome home.
I'll buy it. Try that on for size.
Penetrate through 5 targets. God damn. Thing's starting from fucking 0, man. Bassers? I got 1 bass.
Your valuables won't do you much good. Don't get yourself killed
Probably
now.
sell it. Automatic Punisher. Yeah, it could be an interesting way to play. I mean, usually if I need to handle big groups, I just use the shotgun, but might be a neat way to mix it up. Did anybody mess with it? Thing is, it's too late to start getting, I feel like, more money.
What can I do you for? I'll buy almost anything. Thank you. Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. Come back if you need to.
And it just fills up more inventory. There was a place to throw her in a fucking locker earlier, but there was no enemies there.
Ooh, you have the stench of battle on you, mate. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? This kind of work is about finesse, stranger.
Yeah.
Little bit goes a long
Super
way.
penetrate.
You'll see.
I mean, I'd want to upgrade everything eventually anyways. Although I really probably should just work on upgrading what I got. But
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs.
see, the thing is, to make this even usable, you need ammo, capacity, reload speed. I'm gonna put it away for now. I'm not gonna walk around and start getting like shitty ammo with this thing. But I'll upgrade it over time.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason. Welcome.
It's not like I need, you know, a whole lot of upgrades on the shotgun.
A
or
well-tuned weapon
sniper.
can make up for a lack of skill, friend. Hard times, mate.
Leon's turned it into a Zomboni, and here we are. Shooting. Is this the ultimate challenge right here? 4C. Got like 20 weapons. Bolt thrower. Oh god. These are getting complex, yeah. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1, begin! Brilliant! You're an artist, mate! That's the stuff!
It was? Sweet!
Double kill! Reload!
I have to do this in a certain amount of shots? Probably.
Are you serious?
That's it! Incredible! Very good! That's it! Incredible! Double kill! That'll do it!
Oh, I hate the multiple. 20. I hate the required shots, man. I just want to go back to speed. One of those was enough, man. I need like 20 of these.
Scott! Are you serious?
Double kill! Very good!
Oh, you have to be already moving, man.
Scott!
Incredible! That's the stuff!
It'd be easier to use a shotgun there.
Yeah! 3 at once!
Double kill! That's your lot!
These are turning more into puzzles than shooting galleries, man.
3, 2, 1, begin! You're an
The grouping there.
Very good.
Shot.
Double kill. That'll do it.
Yeah, I'll probably still go for it.
Not
We'll see
every
them.
day I see a performance like that.
Is there like a challenge for it?
One, begin.
That was awesome. Are you serious? That was awesome.
Double kill. Triple kill. Reload.
Are you serious?
That's the stuff. Double kill. That's it. Very good. What a performance. You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets.
Oh, we don't have to reload that one.
Leon, shoot. Quick. That was awesome. Shot.
Superb shot. Double kill. Yeah, that's your lot. A perfect performance. Are you for real, mate?
We take a peek at it.
3, 2,
Just a peek.
1. Begin. Brilliant.
Oh, not that one.
You're an artist, mate.
That was awesome.
Oh,
What a performance. Triple kill.
Yeah, 3 to 1.
Incredible. Superb. Reload.
am I gonna have to like break their shot? Hopefully this doesn't require an amount of shots. That would be really boring. What is this? Oh, TNP.
That's the stuff. Brilliant.
What the? Christ, I guess because they're moving so quick, man. What do we got here? Got
Double kill. Very good.
Oh yeah, they've got all sorts of shit.
Superb
Hidden
shot.
behind barrels. Yeah, I've got my own hotkeys for these things,
Kill.
which makes it a pain in the ass.
And that's the game. I dare say we've underestimated you.
Okay, it's just destroy all pirates, not a certain amount of shots.
3, 2,
Bolt thrower.
begin.
Oh, what you got? Are you serious?
That's the stuff.
I
Superb
don't know, use
shot.
this up.
Reload.
No hidden shit. Oh, you have to choose to turn it on, I see.
Beautiful.
Oh, the bolt throwers, I can't see where the bolts are landing, so I can't adjust.
You did it.
It's like a huge pain in the ass.
3, 2, 1, begin.
High score, here we come.
It's like got the worst feedback
Sorry, mate.
imaginable. You can like barely see the projectile flying.
Superb shot. Reload. Brilliant.
can't see the bolt. Where the fuck am I shooting? I have no fucking idea.
And that's the game. Well, you did better than 3, 2, 1, begin.
You got this.
Well, you used it the entire game, so at least you had that going for you. I literally can't see the thing. You'd think they'd make it a little more visible.
You're an artist, mate.
It's like hilariously invisible.
Reload.
Like you can barely see it flying.
Beautiful. That's it. It's a bullet bonanza. Fire everything you've got.
Look at all of them. Now's your chance.
Brilliant. You're an artist, mate. Beautiful.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to use the explosive on the front one there. It's close. Yeah, having to learn this thing right here, man. Crash course.
Show 'em what you got.
You have to lead really hard.
Are you serious?
It's got some drop too, but not like as much as you think.
Shot.
Enough where you kind of have to aim over everything.
Reload.
Yeah, there's like just a little drop. I don't know if it'll drop like you can upgrade it to make it less or something.
High score?
The little I use it, I felt like it had more drop than this, but I might be crazy.
That was awesome.
That's it. Brilliant.
Guess you wouldn't want it to be like too hard to use.
Reload.
The shake, dude.
Beautiful.
I can't tell where the fucking bolt's going, dude. You literally can't see it. Just put a little something on it so you can see it, man. Was it supposed to be like realistic? I can barely see the bolt. I couldn't even imagine trying to see the bolt in the darkness, man. You'd have to just master it in the fucking village, or just do sheer amount of hours spent on the thing.
Of the target. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Show 'em what you got.
You can barely make it out when there's something like right in front of you.
Let's not lie. 3, 2, 1, begin.
You got this, Leon.
Superb shot. That's the stuff. You're an artist, mate.
You can see that. Because it's got an explosive tip. Like barely missing it. He also shakes like he's got fucking like he just drank 100 monsters.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Show 'em what you got. Don't just shoot everything.
Beautiful. You're an artist, mate. Reload.
I have no idea where it's missing. I don't know if it's going too high, too low. It might be too high.
3, 2, 1, begin.
High score, here we come. Are you serious?
And that works, that means I probably need to shoot higher. That guy's even farther away. Something like that. Just aim at his head.
That was awesome.
I cannot fucking see the bolt. This is so fucking annoying. The other ones are fun. This one sucks. You just cannot see where the fuck you're even aiming to like adjust, man. You're just ghost shooting.
Target. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Show 'em what you got.
Like, just make the bolt a little more visible, dude.
Shot.
Like, would that really be a problem?
That's the stuff. Brilliant.
Great. Jesus, take your time, pal.
Reload. You're an artist, mate.
You can kind of see when it makes an impact. I'm just gonna shoot the fucking thing, though. That's just the way to do it. You got time. Like, there's no point in being slow about it.
Holy cow, Leon, you gotta get him. Oh, that was awesome.
Great.
That's your lot.
To shoot that first one.
Mine. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Travel time,
Are
man.
you serious?
That's it.
Shot.
Reload.
God, he fucking shakes, man. I will never use this gun.
3, 2, 1,
I
begin.
fucking hate this gun, man. They give you plenty of ammo, there's just no reason to bother, unless you just like the extra thinking that is required.
1, begin.
Show 'em what you got.
The mine would be cool, but I don't know how much resources it costs to make one of those.
That's the stuff. Superb
That'd
shot.
probably be the only reason I'd bother.
Reload.
They are, yeah. The mines would be neat. I mean, you could throw a grenade pretty far in this regardless, but
That's it.
too far. It's just really hard to tell. Because when you're shooting normally, you're constantly readjusting based on where you hit. Like, oh, I can see where I hit there, and I can like move around and stuff.
Use a submachine gun if you want to.
Or where the
make
enemy
quick work.
reacts.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Unless you just don't have that feedback almost at all.
You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff.
That was awesome.
You can kind of see it, but you're usually moving on to the next target because you don't have much time. If I could at least see the bolt travel would be one thing, then. Makes it much more difficult.
Superb shot.
While I'm doing this.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what we need, dude. Okay, not so much for that.
Beautiful.
Wonderful, dude. Takes 10 hours to set up the fucking
2, 1.
bolt, the explosive shot.
Brilliant. That's the stuff.
Not ready.
Beautiful.
Yeah, those were funny. Those are OP. That they're explosive on top of that, even if they're like a small explosive, is Really strong. Oh, shot too high that time.
Target. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
You got this, son.
Sorry, mate. That's brilliant. Beautiful. Reload. Have it. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Show 'em what you got.
Gotta shoot the guy with the fucking mine, man.
Brilliant. That's it.
Shot.
Reload.
Fucking mine pretty much falls super hard. You gotta aim like way above the guy. I think the mine like falls farther than the bolt.
Begin.
High score, here we come. Just shoot everything. That was awesome.
What the fuck up?
Are you serious?
Reload. You're an
A little like right on the chin.
It's a bullet bonanza. Fire everything you've got.
Look at all of them. That was a chance.
Superb shot. Brilliant. You're an artist, mate. That'll do it.
There we go.
A perfect performance. Are you for real, mate?
Oh, the all skulls, man.
3, 2,
Will I even get a full roll off of this?
begin.
You got this,
I
Leon.
don't think I am
Rely too much on a single
I have
weapon
6
and
right
you'll find
now.
yourself out of ammo, mate.
I'm not even gonna get a full roll. I'm gonna have to like split my golds if I go for it.
2,
I don't know how much time I want to spend on it.
1. Beautiful. You missed. That's not like you.
Christ.
Superb shot.
Shot.
Triple kill. Very good. Superb shot. Very good.
I gotta check and see if there's skulls. I'm not spending anything on rolls. That's the land of replays. Never in a million years.
That's the stuff.
It's gotcha. Yes.
Double kill. Triple kill. Incredible. Double kill.
You gotta be hustling, man.
Incredible. That's your lot. You have a knack for this, friend. Now a shotgun. That 3.
The problem is I don't have all these weapons like
Begin.
down pat, man.
You're an artist, mate.
I have my own key bindings for them.
Shot.
You gotta really spend some time in that chamber here.
Was? Sweet.
There might be a hidden one on that guy for all we know. I don't remember what we had to start with here.
That's the stuff. Superb shot.
You gotta really lead those, man.
Beautiful. Very.
Ooh, not that one.
Double kill.
Alright.
Are you serious?
God, this guy has cancer beast on the shooting range. I don't know if you're supposed to just fucking just super blast or what. I think you want to shoot them dead center instead of moving.
And that's the game. You dominate
Oh, there's a trophy for getting all S ranks.
every game I got. 3.
Oh, he said something.
Targets don't just stick around for 3.
I'll try it a few times.
1. Begin.
Oh, that was awesome. They could just shoot everything.
You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. What a performance. Incredible. Very good. Superb shot.
There's no time. If there's a skull there, there's no fucking way, man. I highly doubt it. Yeah.
Stuff.
God, the lead, man.
Now,
Yeah, I forget I have TMP. I haven't used it at all.
3, 2, 1. Begin. You're an artist.
Probably what they intend.
Superb shot. Oh, beautiful. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Outstanding. Reload. Brilliant.
Oh, I spawned one in front, dude.
Shot.
Double kill. Incredible. Very good.
Oh, that was awesome.
Double kill. Keep up that pace. That'll do it.
Missed one target.
Not every day I see a performance like that. You're something else, you. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Oh, beautiful.
Ooh, not that one. Shot.
That's the stuff. What a performance.
Yeah, 3 at once.
Triple up that pace. That's your lot.
This one dog.
Right. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Are you serious? People just shoot everything. Shot.
Brilliant. Triple kill. Incredible.
Fuck, I keep forgetting the fucking key behind.
Reload. You're an artist, mate.
That goes so fast, man.
Beautiful. Double kill. Incredible. Double kill. Very good.
Really?
Outstanding.
The fucking RNG nightmare.
And that's the game. I can't believe
Yeah, that seems really like
2,
way too hard to do on
begin.
controller.
Sorry, mate, that's a penalty. Superb shot. Beautiful. Keep up that pace. What a performance. Outstanding. Reload. Superb shot. You're an artist, mate.
Shot.
Double kill. Triple kill.
God, jeez, the dogs are a pain, man. I think you need to use the rifle there.
Very good.
Yeah.
That's your lot. My
So you gotta prep that hit up pretty in advance. I'm guessing there's at least one in the bonus then.
begin. Brilliant.
Unless there's one hiding in the beginning here somewhere. During all this craziness, you'd think they wouldn't hide any, but I mean they do. They already hide one, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Keep up that pace. Triple kill. Double kill. Outstanding. Reload. That's the stuff.
You gotta lead it a little bit. You have to switch your leads. Because they're fucking at different distances and shit.
Brilliant. Very good. Beautiful. Triple kill. What a performance. Very good. Incredible.
I shot him.
And that's the game. Like this. 3, 2, 1, begin. Brilliant.
That was awesome. Are you serious?
Double kill. Incredible. Brilliant. Triple kill. Superb shot. Superb shot. You've been waiting for it. A flood of targets.
Leon, shoot! Quick, hurry!
Outstanding. Brilliant. Double kill. You're an artist, mate. That'll do it. A perfect performance. Are you for real, mate?
You could totally get another star, I feel like. We missed a bunch. Does this one go above? I missed a lot. Although you only get like 100 for each speed. Yeah, it just seems better. Because if you don't... And I shot a bunch of sailors too. Like if you don't care about hitting sailors and shit. Too inconsistent. That's another one that's probably better on mouse and keyboard. Because I could keep readjusting really quickly if it misses the RNG. I don't think the other ones you could get, like maybe you could get 9,000 on this, but unless you get a lot for speed, this one I definitely feel like you could get another star. But yeah, I'm good, dude. Let's get back to it. I think she's drugged out, man. I mean, I guess she is. One of those movies where they're like some trashy chick, like heavy drugs. I think it's because her eyes have like dirty or crazy bags under her eyes, and she's like lazily looking in like some random direction. Base time. Base time. Ooh, nice. Sick. Triple gold, man. Got a stone rarity. Wow, I already have it. Up and resell. A little late on that because I don't think I'll ever sell a weapon again, but you know. Okay. And there it is to round out the game. The Black Mass returns.
That was like something you'd see at the fair. It reminds me of being a kid.
Alright. What do you got? What'd you get?
Oh, break's over, I suppose. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
I don't think I got almost anything new other than Lewis.
Thank you. Well, pleasant travels.
Oh, that's pretty good. Legit, man. 8% running speed. That's actually really good for Well, I guess you have to do new game for S plus, right? Yeah, that's funny. I guess new game plus speedruns will have that, huh? That's pretty good though. They got the Dip Man on there. People are probably like, what the? If you don't know what Dip Man is, you're probably what in the 8% running speed on the striker, what? What he linked. I keep forgetting to link these in chat because it's kind of important for content. Is that there's a charm that's the striker with run speed. And in the original game, there's a glitch where while you're aiming, you swap to like a grenade or something, and it like speeds you up like a lot. And then it also allows you to start doing glitches in the double gigante room and shit, where you're like clipping out of the wall, and you just run a lot faster.
Take a look.
It's called the Dip Man. I don't know why.
Spread out.
Okay.
I thought none of them dropped anything. This feels new. Sure. Oh, a little something over there. Like hidden in the trash.
Look at you.
Yeah, what about me? You have a problem with how I look? Creep. What creep?
Let's find another way.
Damn, how many does it take?
Whoa.
De aquí no. Ahí está.
What noises is this guy making, man?
Eso duele.
Like they keep some of the same animations too, where they like turn away and then they like whip back and look at you. Those are clean animations that you could like learn and then shoot, and I'll still remember them now, so they're useful. I don't know if that's like natural swinging or lamp treasure in it swinging.
Let's go.
Got it. shot.
Good deal.
Be careful.
Give me some space.
Okay.
Here you go. Twisty son of a bitch.
You can do a little bit of damage to them ahead of time, and it'll save you a few shots on the actual head that drops, or that pops out, but it takes more in the long run. If you don't care about ammo and you just want to get rid of the guy, you could start pre-prepping the dude, but... which is cool, but yeah, it doesn't seem like it's quite the go-to if you're trying to save up ammo. I hope there's a truck sequence. Surely they wouldn't get rid of that. That was kind of cool. And it had Ashley actually do something real. Especially like, you know, one of her final bits. That was usually like right before you got the, I think it was right before the jail, and then the Plagas was cured like pretty much almost right after that. Very late. Hopefully I don't miss the Salazar. Haven't heard it.
Nope. Oh, good. Ashley.
No prob.
Great.
Put me down! Please!
Where even is she? Christ, he's just carrying her into a fucking corner. I like that if you come up behind him, I think you always can stab them in the back. I'm guessing they have to have some kind of stun, though.
You hurt?
I'm good, thanks.
On me.
Got it.
This will do one. Get rid of one of those resources. Shotgun shell knock. Or a grenade. But she still does the little fist bump. Although with mouse keyboard you're shaking around so much, she looks like she's
You alright?
having an attack.
Yeah, no big deal. One down. Come on.
open any of these up. Yeah. I'm gonna be like, yeah, Chris Redfield, have you heard of him? Yeah, she's gonna be like, hey, do you have a girlfriend? He's like, this is 2023, baby. Dare you
Smells pretty
assume
bad.
I'd have a
You
girlfriend.
okay?
Yeah.
I have a waifu, okay? Her name is Rin Tosaka. How do you know? Yeah, Piers. Oh, RE6 Piers. Rin Tosaka's anus fame. What is this sub-objective? Huh? Why are these sub-objectives so broken? It might be down here. Yeah, as long as there's not like a blue key thing that I'm missing.
We go at the same time, yeah?
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. We go at the same time.
Yeah, okay. This time for sure.
You have to time yours like way in advance. It's like a half a second before you stop it.
Wait here.
Got it.
Uh-oh. One of the brothers coming out. Is he gonna say she has a big ass? Like he did in the original one where they fall in the garbage dump? Yeah, there's no way.
What the fuck? Die, you stubborn son of a bitch.
Oh, he's got some more. I can't even see the motherfucker now. Oh, he's got one in his head. What is he, a fucking tank now? That's a cool upgrade, dude. Andy, that's okay, cool. They're like, hey man, do you remember the regenerators? They were so crazy.
Come, bastard.
Now they're a bullet sponge on top of being a bullet
You're not
sponge.
hurt, are you?
And they
No,
fucking
I'm
exploded in needles, brother. I mean, it's cool they made the needle version a little bit more special. I know overdone it a bit, though. It depends on how many there are. It's cool as like a little mini boss, but can't say I'd want to run into 3 or 4 of those in a dark alley. Definitely have to invest in even more rifle ammo. Put everything in the rifle.
Ashley.
Hang on.
That's good, that's awesome. Yeah, hopefully people play it.
Okay.
Live Life's great. I don't know why it was only on Switch. Waste disposal. They never even found their ass. I guess then people would be asking, why the hell did they just fall 5 stories onto some broken glass and not get hurt? Where is he, dude? He's gone. Just gonna see if there's a challenge for this. There- I assume they'll put another one in here. There was one that chased you. You could optionally kill him. Probably gonna put like 3. Just cause. At least that last one I don't have to, I suppose, if I don't want to. Aim down the side bottom.
No power. Get this for me.
Leave it to me. I'm actually pretty good at this stuff.
Spinning fucking wheels. In dingy old factories. Like, dang. Quit making stuff up, Ashley. Nobody wants to be known as the person who's good at spinning fucking metal wheels in a fucking rotten place like this. I feel like she's gonna get like attacked. And the master of unlocking. She's good, man. He opens paths. Can you still see the guy ahead of time somewhere? You could see him ahead of time back here. Since we just shot and killed one, I kind of doubt it. I see the rat. Where are you, rat man? Oh. Is that her? I don't her. Really? Okay, I was like, Ashley, your clothes are just as warm as the rest of your body. What's going on there? Hey, how? Heated clothing. I'm trying to see if you could see the regenerator ahead of time. Because you land on him in original. He's just like chilling, dude. You roach bastard. Ashley just still out there? Guess so. There's gonna be something going on here now. Feeling me plums. On your flashlight. Where is he? Fucking son of a bitch. Damn, he's good, man. These ain't your average village rodents. These These are military rodents, man. They're raised on the good shit. Testing supplies and radioactive fucking sludge and shit. He's right behind me, isn't he? Not. Damn. Goddamn, boy. There he is. Son of a bitch, man. I don't see anything getting harder than that. God, this auto sort's disgusting. I think they do it on purpose. To make the auto sort look really bad so that you'll still want to do Tetris. That's what we need. That's what this game needed. Yeah, what the hell? That's the mark of a modern game. He's right behind me, isn't he? And the regenerator's like smiling at you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thought he was a regenerator at first. Maybe they don't want two of them directly after another.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh. Of course they do. This is a remake. Bigger is better.
Ashley, damn it!
Yes. Sicko mode on us. Actually, how am I? What are we doing about you right now? What did we just open? I think I just need to get to the other side. At least she lived through that grenade, man.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
And some of the more typical remake type of things in this one, you'll see in your more typical remakes. Where it's just like, it's the same room, but with like 3 of the dudes who was there before. What? Not quite as purdy, if you will, as last few areas. Bait again. You baiting me, bro? They are, man. That first, the number 1 bait. That seems to be their favorite on these. because it looks really good at the beginning. And a puzzle like that in another game, that's how you set it up at the start. But because one flick controls the rest of them, it's like, oh, no, you don't want that. Oh, I have the wrong charm on. I thought that would make a huge difference. Magnum ammo. Oh. Sell that. Right. It was very detailed trash. I remember making these just out of cardboard though. What is that? What's that supposed to be? Takeout? Somebody's diary? Their jorts? I wonder where they got takeout on this island.
Took care of her request, did ya? I can tell by the look on your face.
Yeah. It is quite pretty.
Well, look at you, mate. Got a selection of good things on sale, Stretch. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be.
The ballistics.
Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that.
Whoa. What do you think he does with all this treasure, man? Does he just hoard it like a dragon or something?
Anytime. Welcome. What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
Could pick up a gunpowder. Be able to make a few things, but I'd rather just save up for something more permanent.
Well, next time, buy something, eh?
I don't want the Tokis, man. I want to unlock shit. Those are there for the final runs, man. Don Esteban. I'd like the Dead Man, I would, but no go right now.
Welcome. See how that feels, mate. A fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away. Try that on for size. Well, don't get yourself killed now.
Put that bad boy away.
Welcome.
I'd save the Magnum ammo, but
Your valuables won't do you much good in thank you. I'll buy almost anything. Gotta select combat. At any time.
Alrighty. Around now would have been when the original Krauser fight was. I only got 9 more treasures, man. And I imagine the last bits are just going to be, I mean, your set pieces, your mics, your truck, the flame. Doesn't mean there's not a whole lot left, just means a lot of it might be. Oh. Oh yeah, the wrecking ball part. Remember that. It's not in a molten, like, incinerator thing. The crucible.
Leon!
Wait a bit, Ashley.
Leon!
She just jumped on her own. Yeah, do it yourself. You don't need me to fucking catch ya. Do it your fucking self. There's all this up here. Oh, Ashley, I was kind of busy there.
Leon!
Yeah, I can see.
Look,
That the lift?
if we could do something about this wall.
Thanks for the help. That was useful. Where are the goons coming in from, man? Cool if I gotta control it.
A wrecking ball.
I got this.
You used to work at a fucking
You're serious?
construction facility, man? As a fucking demolition expert. That'd be quite the
Is this
job
what
for the
they teach kids in
president
school these
started.
days?
Have you never heard of driver's ed? You're back.
This isn't what they teach in driver's ed. What are they teaching the president's kids? I mean, I'm glad she's still piloting something. I'm guessing there's no truck section. This is gonna be the truck section. I like the truck section though.
Leave our friends to me.
Oh, nice. Somehow that entire shotgun's set up like just one person. Oh, it's an evade. Of course it is. I'd rather have the truck. This is them just combining more scenes together. Now this time I don't think they really needed to. If we had both, it'd be fine, but didn't seem to be the case. Truck was a totally fine shooting gallery set piece they could have reworked.
I knew it. Sorry.
I mean, this is a fun section, but yeah, I mean, I don't think like an improvement is just like fusing things together in a way where you go, oh yeah. I just want improvements. Like if a section's like really bad and it would just be better off as like an fuse with another one, that's fine. I think the castle had some of that, but what's wrong with the fucking vehicle section, man? It's essentially the same thing, except I'm just walking around like normal instead of having to like work in a tighter
I'm happy to oblige.
vicinity. Plays out a little too much like all the other set pieces. Still fun, but yeah. God damn, brother. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I want remakes to be different. But also, they could have just made those sections that were already solid different. Oh really? It has like actual damage? That'd be interesting. Like it's still a remake. Yeah, it's like I'd want them to be different, but like you still have to. You're still gonna use some of the same spots, right? Just change those up a bit. If I wanted remakes to be so different, they're a different game, I'd rather just have another game then. I think you could have made it work. I think this is fun and it's fine. I don't think it's like a problem. I just think it would have been cool if they tried to make the truck work. Instead, we're getting the island with another 2 rooms fused into one. So the island's even shorter. I don't know if the island, what it needed was being even shorter than it was already. In its own right, it's fine if you don't think about it as like an RE4 remake or something. I think maybe there's a lot of like little defense missions around a post. But those are usually fun. They're frantic. Like I like the house. I like it better in this than I did in the original. The beginning. I like those bits where you're running around and you're having to think on your feet. I think that's when the game's at its best. I think this part probably killed a lot of fucking people though. Good god, dude. I had to go through a lot of resources. Yeah, it's cool though if you could just skip it like that. That'd be really good. That's definitely the speedrun strat. I like that that kind of thing exists. Yeah. Fun section, good section in its own right. It would have been kind of cool if they tried to make it work though.
No, did you see me? That was awesome.
I think you might have found your calling.
Oh, you just can't go back. At all. Incubation lab. Okay. Time for a little backtracking. Yeah, it's hard to say it's for like pacing. Like they just fused the rooms together to make it pace better when you have like a quest to go back through the whole area. I mean, I guess you could just ignore it, but I mean, one hot-blooded Resident Evil 4 fan was gonna like turn down a bunch of extra loot.
Hello, stranger.
Oi, brother man.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Easy work. Give that the care it deserves, mate. Don't get yourself killed now.
Like I said, those parts are good, man. I would say I like the village the most in this game so far. I like all the other sections a lot still. It's really fun, but the village has just that mix of like being able to run around a big area and like you're at your weakest because your weapons aren't upgraded. You don't have much resources built up. But like you're running around and you're looting and you're killing at the same time, and they have a lot of big set pieces with open areas that you have to kind of like run around and survive in and shit. You're getting the dynamite throwers and stuff, and you're still getting Plagas dudes and shit. You get guys who throw Molotovs, I suppose, here, but then the big the village still has the big whatever dudes in them. But yeah, I think with this gameplay, there's something about just having like larger hordes of dudes and having like more room to run around in, which makes it very different from the original. The original, it's more about, you know, sure, a lot of guys is cool and all, but like you'll run around, but you might stick a spot and then move. In this, it's like I'm always moving, man. So I feel like it's kind of where like the castle's a little weaker than the village for me. But they're all fun. I mean, I guess it's a different style. The pacing of the log on El Gigante is still good too.
Give me some space.
There's bosses that are pretty good. Oh wait, wasn't there? That's probably what that locker's for. Yeah.
Wait here.
Okay.
I'm glad they do still have lockers or places to dump Ashley for like really annoying spots. They're not everywhere, but there's like a few. That's cool. Holy fuck, this guy's loaded. I 100% stand with the idea that this game was not made as good for controller in mind. The general speed of unless the aim assist is fucking insane, dude. The general speed of enemies, the amount of spots you're hitting on these guys, the amount of enemies, all the moving and stuff in this. Okay, there is a shitload of aim assist. Cause man, I was like, in the original RE4, everything's paced for, you know, like, sticking, you know, to a spot and shooting occasionally. And being able to stun guys and run in with melees, things that can even, I feel like the playing field when it comes to aim and shit. The axes, they wind up longer, they take longer to throw. Because you'd be able to just aim them like this. I mean, you're not even aiming with the cursor, you're aiming with like a line. And it still works, right? But it feels like really good still. That's, I mean, it feels so good that you could play RE4 just a bazillion times and it doesn't get old, right? Like that. I think that's what's important. That's where I compare this one a lot. Is like, you know, it's really good. So is RE4. But like, there's that level of good that like is gonna get people to play something like a bazillion times. And I'd want to replay this one. I think it's a top tier Resident Evil game for sure. But yeah, there's little things like that that I think, you know, between that, like sound effects, just the feel of a lot of just the combat. While this is a bit more, when it's at its best, it's frantic and there's cool set pieces and it's weaving in the melee and stuff, but it's not always doing that. It's like, I feel like RE4 is usually always at its best most times.
So
That makes it very replayable.
that's a request done and dusted.
We'll just have to see after a few
Nice
replays in the
work.
future.
Well then, what can I do you
For this game.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Yeah, well,
There's some things money can't buy.
not much I can do about that, but
We'll come back any...
I guess you would just save up your spinels over the entire playthrough to save money on those tickets or whatever is the idea.
time.
I don't think we could even possibly get one right now. Oh, I guess if you have the DLC, you get a bunch more spinels. There's only one more. See what we get.
Come on.
But yeah, I definitely don't. I feel like mouse and keyboard's definitely the way to go. Thing is, you have to lead shots too. So how does the aim assist work on controller and like the shooting gallery? Does it just auto lead your shot? And I think it's fine. I think it's fine to make it like more for mouse and keyboard. A game that's made for more precision and speed than, you know, like a mouse can provide for shooting, right? I think that's totally good. I mean, I think if you make it too much for controller, maybe, you know, then if you're trying to make a game that's about precision and moving around and popping quick shots and stuff in very precise locations, then I mean, you're not really going to be able to without, yeah, like a lot of aim assist. RE4 works good on both because it's, you know, lower. But even on the original RE4, if you use the mouse, it's a lot easier. But it's not like it's fucked on like controller. It feels more comfortable. It's designed for it. I feel like it just makes it too easy. This, it feels like mouse and keyboard's kind of just like the way to go. But yeah, I haven't played with the aim assist, so I don't know. Have I missed the Salazar yet? I feel like we've been going for a little bit, but maybe not. Last chapter might just be like Sadler. Deeper still? Alright, gotcha. Do it up. Squeal! Squeal, Ashley, squeal! Training her to avoid enemies. I am glad he's not animation locked. Like in some games. Like you just turn and he'll flip. He doesn't have to like look really good doing it. I think they've done a good job with that in this game. Having the gameplay
You
still
know,
feel pretty snappy and
I
nice.
was thinking, we work well together, don't we?
I guess so.
Right? Maybe someday I'll become an agent like you. What do you think? We could protect the U.S. from any and all threats.
Is that right? Well, either way. First, we have to make it out of here.
You're no fun.
We can protect the U.S. from any and all threats. Yeah, I'm a patriot, dude. That sounds awesome. Leon the Patriot, man. I think Leon probably just cares about human life. Not just the U.S. in particular. He's having fun, man. God damn. It's like maybe we could, you know, one of those James Bond movies where they have sex after a mission. I mean that. No way the president's daughter would ever end up a fucking killer agent. I guess she could be. I just don't think in national security in some capacity they'd ever let that happen. Somebody could capture her like this and then use it as leverage or some shit, right? Maybe after the president's not the president anymore. I assume there's still a lot of protection on the ex-president's family, regardless, right? Even after they're done being the president. I know there is for the president themselves, because they go around and still do a lot of, like, political work. Ooh, this is the amber. Yeah. The neo-boomer. Well, we understand that they call you the neo-boomer. They're related to the neo-Nazis. They shoot you in the kneecaps. Fucking imprison you for life.
This must be what Luis was talking about.
I like that they consistently call him Luis in this. That was always funny and probably not intended in the original. Where they'll call him, like, some people call him Luis, some people call him Lewis. Sir, we'd like you to take a ride with us downtown. But yeah. Because when Luis dies in the original, Leon's over his body and he's like, Louis! Beeline up. It's that missable, huh? What, do you just go investigate the big thing and that's it? Oh. The superior species. On the contrary, who would resist once they experience the utter joy that accompanies the absence of free will? Yes, free will is it's evil. True. That bizarre, out of touch Red Bull commercial where the guy smugly says, free will. What is it? Free will? Fucking. Or wait, individuality often complicates things? I'm like, Jesus, dude. That couldn't sound like it's more from a suit if they fucking tried, man. Sounds like. Yes, that free will. If only we could force everybody to drink Red Bulls at all times. Maybe he deemed it part of the cause. Maybe he's like, oh yes, this is, you know, yeah, they have to have some autonomy, otherwise they couldn't do all the research, right? So maybe it's like, if I write this down, somehow it'll bolster my faith. I feel like, yeah, it doesn't quite make sense. The lore in this doesn't really work. They try to build it up a little bit, but I mean, it's still like not really there. Hey, it might be. Just sitting here playing around with the poggos. I assume they can make their own poggos.
Prostrate yourself. This is our holy body. Our divine providence ensued. Such profound blessing for all. Lost plague.
Last plague is.
Welcome, my children. I am Osman Sadler, the speaker for our Lord.
Tell someone who gives a shit.
Foolish lambs, why do you deny grace? Now, abandon your body. Obey. Obey the voice of our Lord.
How he controls them with such accuracy, you know.
Sweet child, do not resist.
Sucks for those chicks, dude.
Pray forgive these wicked sinners. My faithful
Yeah,
disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now, child, you need not be afraid. Submit your body and release yourself from fear.
Yeah. Forgot to reload. It's his backup gun, he only keeps 2 rounds in it. For some reason. Controlling him this much, wouldn't it pretty much be in his brain?
Sadler, you bastard.
Yeah, I remember that. Your sock. Rooting around in your brain. Mic time. Would be the spot. They wouldn't get rid of Mike. There's no reason to get rid of Mike. It's a big high budget set piece they could do. One of the few actual NPCs or other characters in the game that's friendly. Did they get rid of the whole underground sand part? Or was that in... Oh, that might have been in the castle. Wasn't there something kind of like that too? And that's Ada's around there somewhere. That might be around this part. Like before Mike. Yeah, they cut out so much. I gotta remember fucking where all it happens. The giant ship room was in assignment Ada, right? Hmm. Jack Bowser. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they don't have the radio tower or anything like that. Yeah. A lot of rooms taken out and stuff. I'd say the castle probably got the most adjustments. But after the beginning, the island has too now. In the middle. It's more just removals in the island though. See if they get rid of that goofy part where you're running around grabbing the different key cards right before, like one of the last places you fight, like actual dudes. You gotta fight like a bunch of JJs. That part was actually one I wouldn't mind getting rid of. It felt a little, like, it's been pretty non-stop the entire island, and then you gotta do that whole thing. It was always like a lot of enemies. And the level design's just like two little like buildings with like a bridge between them. Like that. Not my favorite boat. That one could definitely be cleaned up. They'd probably just cut it out though. So is Krauser still working for Umbrella in this one? I haven't even gotten into it, man. He'll reveal it later. We got the little dude, right? Yeah. Explosive box. Yeah, I like that. It's not just there right before the end because they need it. I mean, there wouldn't be many reasons for Salad to even lock the thing. He has full control, but yeah. It fits better as a Luis thing. Instead of it just being there right before the finale.
They keep coming.
I missed the old Red 9 reload, man. I missed most of the reloads. where this last deal is. I guess there's still quite a bit left. It's gonna be mostly set pieces. Yeah. Make sure we get all of the Operation Javier. The Krauser room. I still need to play Dark Side Chronicles and Umbrella Chronicles. He's invested. Bible, sometimes a Bible. Wait. I keep a photo of you from back on your first day in the force. When did he get time for this picture? I mean, I guess he wore the thing at some point beforehand. Or maybe it was after everything. He's pretty dirty. I guess this would be right afterwards. I kept a photo of you, man. I'm Jack Krauser.
You've done well to make it this far, rookie. I've prepared a battlefield up ahead just for us soldiers. Watered by the blood of generations, hundreds of years. It's the perfect place to put an end to what happened 2 years ago.
So this game has Dark Side Chronicles. I mean, in RE4, Dark Side Chronicles came out afterwards, so I guess they can include that in this. I would have to play it. I don't know the lore, man. The Krauser, Leon lore there. Baker. For some reason, people thinking that she was like on a fucking like vacation to some random country is how she got kidnapped. Like, how do you get that? Like that never. Even in the original, she was kidnapped. I'm pretty sure in the U.S. It would be kind of odd if the president's daughter just happened to be somewhere and get kidnapped. That somebody would plan to do it. there's not many. Look alive. Whoa, there. Yeah, I thought there was something about, like, them kidnapping her on, like, U.S. soil, but other than that, yeah, I don't remember much details. I definitely wouldn't assume that she just was visiting the backwater Spain here. That's all I'm getting at, is it's kind of an odd thing for people to say. But maybe the thing. Look alive. Saw somebody joke around that Krauser. Seemed like Krauser was going for more of a fucking Marlon Brando, like an Apocalypse Now thing. He feels more Apocalypse Now than he does like Commando in this one. We'll see them.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? Give that the care it deserves, mate. A deal well struck. Any comeback, any time.
What about it? He had a lot of play. He had a lot of pockets in him. I just shot him from the window. That one went better than the other ones for me. I don't know if he did something special, but yeah. I liked getting all the spindles. Oh, can you cheese them? There's a lot of cheesing AI I feel like you can do in this game. You can stand in like weird spots, like outside of rooms, and then they start walking back. It's the first time I've ever had 2 boxes of ammo. Rare. I'd like to sell the first aid spray, but I don't think we're gonna get a chance. Yeah, I've been just making non-stop fucking rifle ammo because of that exactly. I'm just like, god damn, dude. There's a lot of regenerators. Yeah, I did that with a few other guys, Ripper, for sure. I win. Have you really won when you don't have 6 black mass arms, bud? That's the real winner shit, dude. Base. Fast. No, I think I won, man. 6 black mass. That's real shit, dude. Alright. Krauser time. Would they make it the knife doesn't really work well on him anymore? Yes, they probably would. You're gonna walk out of like I liked in the original when you there's a QTE to like talk to him. You like turn around out of some like pillar or something and then like you QTE to monologue.
I've been waiting for you, rookie. Oh, worried about the girl, is that it? That's just like you. You always had poor judgment. But if you think I'm gonna let you out of here alive, you're even more naive than I thought. You can't save her, You can't save anyone.
Give it up, Krauser. Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that?
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
Isn't that what this is all about?
See, in that jungle, I had a revelation.
Yeah, he's more like a Marlon Brando
The
now.
most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power.
He's like a
Those
fucking like.
Illuminados have given me
It's
that.
Apocalypse Now, man.
You know you were always an asshole. But at least you had some kind of code. Some honor. And look at you now.
Enough reminiscing. Move out and draw fire, soldier!
He still does the flip. That's good at least. I mean, at least he's hammed up in this. He's just very different. Like I said, the original he was more like a commando type of like out for himself kind of like power maniac. And this guy he's more like some scarred, like Apocalypse Now, crazy man, my man.
Not like I have a choice.
What's wrong? Show no mercy! Where's your instinct? You're slow. You're goddamn weak. I'll make the first move!
They evade, dude. That was cool. It's not as good for the dialogue because it's all in like a fucking middle of a fight, so you're not really hearing it very well. But I like that it was an actual fight. I mean, obviously it wasn't as like Matrix slow-mo cool. I don't think it would have the lasting like effect the original did, but as like a remake, turning it into a gameplay section, I think is a cool way to do it. It fits right. I liked it. I liked where it fell. I think that's just better. Instead of having it all be on the island, having like Krauser be at the castle, because he was the one who took Ashley to the island. Makes sense. The 5-string attack. Oh yeah. Hit the perfect area.
Knows what's become of the girl.
Oh, is this not like a non-stop fight now, or what? So you can't avoid him. And just turn this fucking crank, maybe though.
You remember the fight in the jungle?
The jungle, dude. Yeah, it's like this kind of shit, man. This is definitely more cheesy. Because it's like more typical movie bullshit, right? The jungle. Oh man, in the jungle. He's got like all their fucking dog tags and shit.
Barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Krauser lore never existed until after RE4 came out. Because they made the rail shooter that had Krauser and Leon in it. And I assume that's where all this is they're talking about. I still need to play both of the rail shooters. Maybe I'll do that. Something here. I'm gonna do a tier list today of all of the games just for fun. I mean, I've done it before, but not like officially. But maybe I'd wait until I've done those first for fun.
One big trap. I can't fight him on his terms.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, Ripper. Be cool. Are the robots still in? They made those models for like 2 little robots in the entirety of the game.
Ready to die, rookie.
Damn, he's like right there. I was like, I'm trying to go out here, I'm gonna run, but you just don't have time. I think they want you to do this. I think it's cute turning this part into more of like a trap, like we're in the jungle, like Rambo type of thing. Okay, they get rid of the drones. And he has like fucking guns and shit now. That's cool. Makes sense. Oh. You can kind of hear some of the music in the background. I do wish it was a bit more active. Like, I've liked a lot of the songs when they get going in this game. And they're not always just generic either. But there's also times where I feel like there could be some more.
I'm no stranger to covert tactics, remember?
How can I forget? Shit.
Yeah, his VA may not be like the original, but at least this guy owns some kind of like fucking cheesiness. He's trying a lot harder than Leon is, man. Leon's just more serious in this game. They try to give him some fun stuff, but it just doesn't happen all that often.
I love a good hug. Still alive, huh? You got lucky.
Luck. I'm not gonna push some blocks in the middle of the fight. I don't mind them getting rid of that part. Same area though. Is he gonna be like above me and we're gonna talk a little bit? No, just military partners, not mentors. Is Krauser even work with Umbrella in this? Did they just totally cut that? I mean, I guess it's fine if they cut it. Like, this guy's more just like raw with Sadler. He's just his like top man. Raid is the Umbrella factor. I think it's easy to cut Krauser out of that. Because Krauser also being a secret agent for Wesker was always kind of like, it was fine, right? But like, and it made then you could have dialogue between Krauser and Ada, but it was never like really like super crazy because Krauser never really survived, and he ended up just taking the super pluggers anyway. So
I admit, you've done well to stay alive this long.
I'd be dead if I kept listening to people like you. I don't know. Guess I'll ask when I see him. Well, you've really gone all out for me. You shouldn't have.
Anything to make the pretty boy feel special.
He just shoots dead center, man. What's even the point? Just run. Christ, man. How many good ways to avoid this, brother?
You pass with flying colors. Here's your medal.
They probably just want you to run directly up to the next spot every time. Leon doesn't spin on a dime. He takes like just enough time that Krauser's area still pretty much fully gets to you.
This is it, soldier!
Oh, what, did he throw something? Couldn't even tell.
Or losing. Making mistakes.
What the? He just teleported behind me.
Falling for your mind games. You're really doing this? It's not too late.
You and me are two sides of the same coin. Guess that means we'll never see eye to eye.
Time for
We
the
done
super
here,
arm.
Krauser?
I told you. Again and again. You're too soft to do what's necessary. That's the difference between you and me, rookie.
Ooh, oh.
Time to finish your training. Witness the power!
You've lost it completely. Krauser.
You gonna jump out after PT?
So that's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund.
You're gonna regret that.
Congratulations on your newfound faith.
Right. Weak. Only power is real.
Does he like insta-kill you? Oh, no knife, shit. Yeah, that'd be fucked. Mine's fully upgraded. God, these fucking QTs, dude. Not ready for them like in the original because there's just not that many. When they do happen, you're just not even close to being ready. But, it'll be good for replays, I guess. But you had a sigh of relief when this fucking little spot popped up.
Shit.
Training's not done.
Really?
Last lesson starts
2 arms?
right now.
Just like any old bad guy, man. This one arm, he had a kind of like
Time for the teacher to be taught.
unique look to him.
Oh, such confidence. Bring it, rookie! Are you ready, rookie? Let's settle this. I'm not surprised you made it this far. Strength is everything. We can protect nothing.
The way you're
He's
going,
got a
there
grab.
won't be anything left to protect.
I did just talking to him.
Known that once.
That's where you're wrong. I didn't know a damn thing. Now I do.
I'm gonna reload, man.
You can't deny this power. Strength.
Am I just supposed to duck that, man? You certainly can't run it.
You gotta be out of your mind.
Always trying to get the last one.
Oh,
Come here. I'll beat that out of you.
let's do the push. I have no knife left now.
Yes. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Come at me.
This grab is fucking bullshit, dude.
I don't. Stop. You out here.
Really? He just like knocks me 20 miles away. That got kind of goofy. The fucking choir, dude.
Do what you have to do.
Hopefully it kills him, man. Jesus.
That's right. I trained well. Leon.
It's okay, he's still alive.
That you did, Major.
For some reason. That was always the goofiest thing, was that he's still alive in Ada's campaign. For like no fucking reason. With the big knife. The big boy. You have to upgrade this one too? You do. I figured that you would get Krauser's knife. As you do in the original games. It'd be kind of weird in the melee crazy system to not get it. Well, time to sell the submachine gun. Nah, we'll keep just upgrade it over time. 1, 2.2, 1, 1.4. Yeah, this one's already got more damage. I'd have to just upgrade the durability. Because it's a little late to spend that kind of money. So I might just sell the MP5, but I kind of wanted to try out the MP5. You think they'll bring him back just for shits? For the Ada thing? The thing is, like, him and Ada had nothing together in this. Unless they're saving all of that for the assignment Ada shit. He might have just not told Leon or hinted at anything. And this is the thing. Maybe that's the idea. You could have 2 knives, I suppose, if you're feeling crazy. You'd have to be going up against, like, Krauser, though. Maybe if I was fighting Krauser, I would bring, like, both knives. There's not much point otherwise. Yeah, you could. I mean, I guess I have the slots if I wanted. But I also just get the boot knives and shit for walking around. Well, I guess you could sell those, but I'd probably make more money using those than repairing the base one.
That's gotta be their sanctuary.
Yeah, so you had bolts, but yeah, I don't mess with them.
Ashley.
Yeah. It's like, I don't need the base.
Their defenses are no joke.
I'm not gonna start shooting them here, because this might be a mic thing. Did you? I feel like Mike's gonna be over there though. How far does it travel even down? They cut out Mike this game shit. Alright, you can definitely hit him, which is cool. Is there a challenge for hitting any of these guys? Okay, I'm not gonna waste my ammo.
Hello, stranger.
Hello, brother man.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things. See how that feels, mate. A fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away.
Suppose I could just sell the old knife.
Thank you. Try that on for size. There you are. As you... That's about all I can do for this weapon.
2 times power.
Although... No, never mind.
Although...
A well-tuned weapon can make
Not
up for a
that.
lack of skill, friend. Your valuables won't do you much good in the world. Well, I can certainly do something with this.
I don't think we're getting enough for the exclusive
Some
upgrade
things
ticket.
money can't buy.
Does he unlock his store at the same speed he does in the original or in the New Game Plus, or does he already have everything? I assume he already has everything.
Come back when
40%
you can
off.
actually pay, mate.
Oh.
That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate.
So you can get this 40% off in this chapter. Oh, if I plan on buying it ever, I'll buy it after Krauser in the future. The 30 resets, yeah.
I'll buy almost anything. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Oh, some of these are.
Your valuables will come back. Anytime. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Dazzled? Oh, don't get yourself killed now. Welcome. Come back anytime.
Might as well.
Welcome.
The
Got a
insurance.
selection of good things on sale, stranger. Oh, I knew you'd choose that one. Pleasant travels. Welcome.
Matilda looking like in this game.
Knife needs care every once in a while.
2 times the
Could be
ammo
the difference.
capacity.
Hard time.
Going into storage, brother.
Mates.
How many spells do I have left? 5? I think I could just
nothing
like
but
do with
the fun.
5.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Can buy some stuff for the
What's
future.
that? How have we procured these curiosities?
I'll just save up.
You don't want to know.
He's got 1 left for us to get.
Next time, then.
1 more quest.
¡Ahí está! ¡A cubierto! ¡A cubierto!
Okay. Oh, I was like, this is a lot of fire, man. I'm like, is this a cutscene with my?
What was that?
I was like, this is a lot. Actual mic. I was like, what am I gonna do here, man? Mike, there's an RPG there. You might wanna.
Sorry, bad traffic. One combat chopper compliments the hut again. Call me back, and I'd show these assholes what we got.
Hunt again. I owe you one.
Mike's extra fucking hick in this.
Move 'em into an open area. I'll give them what they came for.
But will they kill Mike, or will they try to make it the new and improved Mike survive? The Nomura edition. Right. Look, thank God this tarp is made of fucking solid like titanium, man.
Son of a bitch.
Well, they make Mike much more cool in this because there's technology. That's a good upgrade, right? Mike had like the weird AI and he had to get like angles, and there's only like specific places he'd even be able to do something. But in this, I mean, I can literally just have this helicopter just move around and just fucking aim with like way more precision. And it looks cooler too. Jesus. Mike, I'm right there. I like that he gets like splayed against the wall there. Oh, well, that might be a little too stiff. That might be a little active. There's something out here. Is it above me? Might be above me. Got the mic music. Yeah, there's no way they're getting rid of Mike, man. It's like ripe for a remork. Jesus, dude. I have fucking words today are unreal. It's like pissing me off. But can we aim on this? Oh, nice. Can I shoot Mike down? That'd be fucked, man. I never did. I never do such a thing. What the? They hammed Mike up a lot, huh? God damn. I like that you could see the RPG like drop a little bit too. I was like, Mike? There it goes, man.
What can I say? I never miss.
Not bad at all.
They're gonna build up the camaraderie, dude. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like Mike is like that was kind of what was a little kind of fun about the original Resident Evil 4. Is like the merchant and Mike. They don't say a whole lot, but what they say is like fun enough to give them some character that you can kind of just meme them after that. But in this, they like give the merchant so much dialogue, it almost like takes the fucking the joy right out of him, and he's got like too much. Mike's fine though. He doesn't appear for very long, so hamming him up a little bit more is cool. As long as he doesn't start throwing out Resident Evil 1 quote. I missed the boot knife, dude. It's over. Single boot knife. It's about one of the only songs that you could just turn into more bombastic and orchestral, and it still works because it was already kind of this like somewhat military kind of the boys are back in town kind of vibe. I got some cool shit going on in the back of the song. I liked some of the vocals and some of the instrumentation in some of these. Gigantes was really cool. I don't think they're as distinct as the originals, but I also think that's just because how a lot of modern games handle their music. It tends to get lost in the sea of sound effects, and they like to duck it for a bunch of shit. Uh-oh. Mike. They might have hand mic up too much, man. That's alright. I'd rather them hand mic up too much than not fucking even have him, like, hardly have anything. Yeah, it's so odd, man. They'll have, like, they'll ham mic up a whole lot and then turn Krauser into, like, a fucking Apocalypse Now character. And then Leon's just, like, dead serious, and a lot of the other people are just more serious, but they'll try to do one-liners. I think the tone's all over the place in this. I wish they would have stuck to, like, just full cheese or not at all, but there's still some fun for sure.
They're serious.
I'm glad the island's been a bit more hammed up. Buddy, there you go. You can't get his feet because he's you're walking upwards. I think that's for Mike. I need to go up here. I'm gonna let Mike handle that one. Why do we have to go underneath? This guy is freaking out over here, dude. What is with the shaky cam? I feel like this section is them allowing themselves to be cheesy. The one time they're like, okay, we could just be full cheesy. They've got this fucking dude just screaming on the turret. I think they have him screaming so you get the idea that there's a guy on the turret or something if you're like, you're drooling or something. And it's not just like an automated turret or some shit. It makes it funny. Damn, brother. How much fucking... One guy falls down, I lose half my health, then...
Give me a break already.
He's good. God damn. Another guy.
One down.
God damn, brother.
Give me a break already.
That's what I'm saying, dude. God damn. Guy's made of the sterner stuff. Oh, he's got a helmet on. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna use all my handgun ammo. Like maybe Mike handles some of those dudes. Should probably just go ahead and help him out. Fucking Magnum ammo. You do have a bigger inventory in this. I mean, maybe I would want to do. Is it? It is bigger. It's bigger. You have a lot more tools. I have a TMP still, or an MP5. Could roll that puppy out, man, for a little bit. Well, I'd rather have it for like a big group. No, can you not climb up in this anymore? Outside? It's probably outside. Or was there a ladder there and I missed it? It's possible. Maybe I'm supposed to shoot him with like a turret myself. And we're not supposed to even be here to do it. Possible. Yeah, I might have to use that. What the? Oh, the sludgeman. The second time I've ever even seen that. These heads have like too much fucking health. Well, I'm not gonna wait for them to open their mouths to shoot them every time. There's other guys to deal with. Give me some of that. I almost got max. I'm guessing there's like one more then. I don't have many heals left. Oh, good shit. Get it. Mike's on the screen. Shit it. Whoa. Jesus. Might be able to use the knife a lot more now. It has more power. I want to get that exclusive, but I don't think we're gonna get a chance. How are we looking here? Fucking Magnum ammo, dude.
Time for a taste of your own medicine.
You aim in, it aims your own gun.
Mike! All clear!
Thanks, buddy. All right. Now watch me do my thing.
something. Oh, you can? I really like the use of heavy grenades. Yeah, that's awesome. I love little bits of depth like that. Games nowadays, like big AAA games and stuff, tend to eliminate any extra hidden depth they can. Make sure everybody sees the game in the way you're supposed to, and you always have a very tailored experience. Like, that's such a hidden thing, like nobody's doing it, man. It's just good for replays. I think a game that's supposed to be super replayable like this, that's like really a good thing to have. But there's like multiple parts you can just skip with heavy grenades. I mean, it might trivialize some parts a little too much. If you can skip the two, you can skip this part, which I guess isn't that bad. But skipping the defense part with Ashley, good God, that's actually huge. So if you do that, do you just walk out? Like never have to defend at all?
Present for you. One down.
Oh, shit.
They keep coming.
Oh, it doesn't work on consoles? Yeah, it might just be tied to like the damage physics or something. Yeah, stabbing these guys definitely takes a lot more. Krauser's knife probably have to repair way more often. Might cost more, but... I don't know about this MP5, man. It may be fully upgraded with the penetration, it would clean house pretty good, but... I mean, it takes quite a few shots just to kill one guy, and you don't have the precision even to, like... You headshot him. I guess you could headshot him this way or something, but... Yeah, that would feel horrible. Maybe I'll sell it. We'll see. I mean, not like the upgrades are gonna help me all that much anyways. I could just keep it. It's not like a huge deal. Guys spawning over here, so I was like, oh, I gotta kill them. I mean, ammo for it isn't terribly pricey, but I'd rather put that ammo towards rifle or that its resources. Of course there's a dude just sitting here. Jesus, dude. Fucking horrible spot. They bait you into thinking that's a good one, man, but goddamn, this dude's everywhere. since I got the TMP, I just got less handgun ammo. That's about all it's done there. And that just took 30 rounds almost to that. Yeah, there's some. I could buy it in the future for other reasons. What the? Maybe running that one would be better, because they all were over here. They might have just followed me, but maybe they want you to run to that one. That was like the first spot I generally go to when I'm playing the original anyways. Yeah, I might just sell this. I mean, what would I upgrade instead though? We're kind of already maxed. Guess I could buy some resources. There we go. The time, speed change, and I just think it's fun to whip out like a machine gun sometimes and just unload. Problem is, it's not very good. Maybe a max with full penetration. It can be just like a clear, like a mid-range room clear. With like way less utility than the shotgun, but I loot everything before we activate whatever this is. So when I flip one of them, it's gonna go apeshit. Somebody's gonna roll out. Crates up there. Might as well start with this one. Fully looted. Yeah, shit on this one. They paid for the whole choir and all their cousins and brothers, might as well use them, I guess, man. They're going crazy. Old man spawn underneath me. What do you guys think about these dudes instead of JJ's? I think visually they probably fit better. Although I mean JJ was pretty like military. I guess I don't care either way. They're definitely not the same kind of threat. But yeah, I think they're fine. I like those guys in general, the little pighead guys they've added. Or the boarhead guys.
Twisty son of a bitch.
Isn't he out of ammo? Oh, I can run out of ammo. No idea. Okay, still fully loaded though. What? These guys can control the gun? I didn't think for a second they could. These guys are operating heavy fucking weapons, man. That's a little goofy. I kind of like the idea that once they're full Plagas mode, they're not gonna like go use tools or anything. They're like anything crazy like that. Alright, it's very minor, right? Barely would pop up, but I figured we were good. Don't have to worry about it. I guess it's funny. I mean, when is it ever gonna happen, right? There's only a few turrets in the game. I don't think they could mess with it in the original. And if the Plagas controls them anyways, I guess why not? Yeah. They're just the pop cap collectibles from the. That's why I like that they use that too. They're the little collectibles or whatever from the shooting gallery. Kind of cute. They reuse those as charms. It's funny that they changed the names of everybody. Now they all have generic names instead of the names the charms gave them, or the collectibles gave them. If they're still in the game, I imagine people would still rather use those anyways. Yeah, he's technically in the game. JJ's in, bros. Oh, that explosive is really useful. The explosives in this are not very good. But that's why there's tiers of them, I suppose. The hand grenade ain't gonna... You throw a grenade in the original, man, it clears the whole fucking room. In this you have like different tiers of them and the barrels only do so much. It does make them feel a little less impactful. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it makes sense that everybody was more military, but that everyone's still using assault or crossbows, and he gets a minigun was always kind of. I mean, it was fine. I never like really thought about it that much, but looking back, makes more sense. They kind of try to give him something a bit more weak. I mean, really, realistically, they would all have guns, but that would suck gameplay wise. We'll save that for RE5, right? Yeah, for sure. I love the addition of the
Get in! Thanks.
Oh.
We get out of here, drinks are on me. I know a good bar.
Is he gonna die outside of a cutscene? Get in. Okay, bro. You gonna get hit with like a nuke instead this time?
Yeah, keep your head down.
Nice and slow.
Mic visuals. Oh, the bugs, dude. No. Sadler walking up. The fucking explosion behind him. What was that cheesy bug flying towards the screen shit? Not quite the mic of the original, the Mikey L. But, good stuff still. Good old Mike, man. Yeah, why was Sadler coming up in the fucking with the flames behind him, man? Ruining Mike's moment, his death moment. Alright, well, I got some shit to shoot. Guess that's the last challenge. Well, it'd be cute for Mike to live through that somehow. I hope he doesn't. That's not the grounds for remakes to make changes, I'd say. That's a little too much. I mean, I guess if it was like a post-credits thing, but that would also be acknowledging Mike memes, like a little too hard, bro. Lost Block us Mike, yeah. You could throw Mike in Mercenaries or something. Another one, but yeah, I probably would too. What's that? I don't hate the Heisenberg line, but yeah, it is another kind of too self-referential. I would take both of those over Ashley saying she's the master of unlocking. The more you recognize the memes, the shittier it becomes, man. Leave those to the fans, man. You can have little things here and there, maybe, like a achievement. I think they've also probably referenced that in each game enough already. Run into the ground, man. I think fans could run into the ground, sure, but when everybody like is playing and experiencing something, that's like the quickest way to run something as far into the ground as you can. I feel like when something official is like getting the treatment, it's too much, man. It's not a big deal. Also, man, it's like you want to create more fun, timeless dialogue for people to like goof around with. I mean, that was a result of like shitty voice. Specimen storage.
What the?
Feeling like they cut out my guy at the maze. Let's see though, man. I think there'd be an even more bizarre pace thing if they put it in now. Is the car and the maze gone, man? Tolerance for low temperature. This is just a section now where we fight bugs instead. Are they about to bring back the Oh, did this whole place just turn? I think I did. Are they gonna have the shifty bags? I hear him. Yeah. Splendid, Bangle. Splendid. I don't think we're getting enough treasure to use these on. You get way more than you'll ever use. Unless there's like 5 crowns. These are like double stacked. Beef up the 2-second jail section, or is this still gonna be small? This was like a micro section before. Honestly, I don't mind leaving it that way. The castle is already pretty much this jail section, like, the whole way. Jesus, dude, just run around completely in a way you never could predict. I do wish the sights on this were different. Can you change the sights to not be the color of what you're actually looking at? That would be really cool. Look fucking horrible. That ain't gonna help much. Looks even more bizarre. I mean, I guess it would stand out less like this. I think they just chose a very faint, very thin line. Dude, I'm like fucking hauling, man, and he still gets me. Damn, dude. I think these changes are a little much. I don't really care for these guys now. I liked the kind of precision you could do where you can handle them really quickly if you were careful. Now they just feel like guaranteed hit bait. Like, you see him revving up and you're just fucking hauling and he still got you, man. But, I mean, I guess they were a little easy in the original after a bit, but I don't know if anybody really cared if their generators were fucking easy. That was more of the spooky factor. These ones are fine. Not because they're easier to kill, but because they can still get you from really far away, but you have to be careful. What the fuck? I didn't even touch. I never let go of right click. Just because I'm touching the fucking back, for some reason it like freaks out. That's cool, you can use these as little shields. Does he have little spikes in them? I don't know. That was odd, man. Yeah, it was like this. I wonder if I could replicate it. It was like for some reason, because this was behind me, like an angle. Unless my controller was given out, or sorry, my mouse. It just turned off, man. Weird. Bizarre. Anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm split on those guys, man. Like, making regenerators a bit more is fine. Making the spiky versions actually matter. They're also just kind of like more annoying though. They're already like a question of precision in the first place. How's the aim assist on these ones, man? Like they'd be a pain if the aim assist wasn't good. There's a lot of little spots to hit and they're moving pretty quick. Like a crank around here. It's like really far away. I don't think they're the optional fights they were really in the original either. That was another thing about the regenerators, like you kind of chose to fight them. I mean, you always did, but you could generally avoid them. There's only a few spots where they even show up.
Stranger, I heard you took care of that last request. On behalf of my compatriots, I thank you, friend.
Who are his compatriots?
I knew I could count on you. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Who they be?
What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate. Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. Good luck to you, stranger. That is a top-notch weapon. Easy work. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. I don't always... Don't get... yourself welcome. What can I interest you in?
I'd like to just grab
There's
one
some
of these
things
for the
money
future.
can't buy.
I don't know if we're gonna get any more. Limitless. I mean, the gunpowder would be more useful.
Suit you. Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you'd choose that one.
We might get another spinel later on. That's all for the end. Have some resources.
Pleasant travels. Welcome.
Yeah, it's really good you can do most of those as you go. Those challenges. Because that would be a pain for, like, replays. It's already a lot more, you know, messing around already. I think maybe that's why they're so simple. Just so that you're not really like going out of your way for like a really long time and fucking around. Like you could generally just do his shit when you're exploring generally. Without having to think too hard about it. There's nothing to do down here.
Man needs a break every once in a while, am I right? Step right up. A rifle can take out multiple targets with a single round. Rate of fire leaves a bit to be desired, though.
I'm not gonna go for the 3 stars, man. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, where are you off to? It took me ages to set this up.
Ooh.
Ooh, you have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Like, make him much more clearly a good guy in this. A little less mysterious. He's talking about him and his mates, man. Who are the mates? Looks different. Is this supposed to be a new section for... Oh, shit. Maybe instead of that one section I was saying I wouldn't mind them cutting, they put this in. Really? The guy fucking didn't die instantly because his crossbow bolt hit me.
Take a look. Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Yeah,
You
getting hit by that
have
cost me
come back,
3,500. I don't think so. That's crazy, man. I think you spent a lot of money on the body armor, but it comes in handy, man. When it does, it does. It's absolutely saved me from dying many times during this run.
Almost there. Actually, I'm coming.
Got stealthing to do now. I'd rather just get these out of the way. Like, yeah, they could be useful, but... Did he just walk up?
They keep coming.
I like that a lot of the time his little voice lines will be pretty much like a kill confirmed type of thing. Useful. Where is this motherfucker, man? Oh, he's like way up there. God damn. I like that they've added a lot more bear traps too. Those are always kind of fun. I was like, sure, they feel more like a village thing, but I always like the idea of just kind of bear traps being around. as a mechanical thing. You have to kind of watch your feet a little bit. I still have the black bass thing. I guess that works out. I guess it works out indeed. Last health upgrade. Let's see if we get a plain green later. Got 3 more pieces of treasure. Bastards are right above me. What if you got covered in the gunk, man? Damn. Apparently all from the briefcase. Jeez. Nice. Okay. So much for that. I'll use one of the bitch grenades, man. A new deal. He has a flame on his back. There's a crossbow. But like his flame wasn't like attached to anything. It's like he put it away or something with the flame on it. This all feels new. I don't remember anything like this. It might be that area, then they just kind of canned it, made something new. I'm sure it's like based on one of the areas. There were mines, I think, in that bit. Just a couple. I like that the bugs are back, though. Like I said, I think the bugs are probably one of the best remade enemies. But I do like the new enemies too. The big lads. As you'd think going up and knifing them would be more cost efficient, but I honestly think the cost of repairing your knife is probably more than a single handgun bullet's gonna cost me. I think maybe the knife is a little too expensive to pick, but maybe not. Depends on how much ammo you've got. But the knife is really useful. And against really hard stuff, it's essential, I would say. But all it takes is one more round. I guess if you're using more of like a shit gun or a shit knife, it'd be fine. But Krauser 1 takes a little bit more durability. I mean, I could walk around with 2 knives and just sell the bootleg. Then I gotta fix my shit up all the time, dude. Later playthroughs, I'd want to just. Not bother. I guess New Game Plus doesn't really matter, but. New game though. On a shotgun. I hear him, dude. I see him, man. Like the little flames and light you can see in the distance. Just that little bit of detail in the background, man. Tells it, Igby. No. Dude's warping in. I walked a few feet. I think the islands had the most obvious, like, guys warping in out of nowhere shit.
Here you go. I hate bugs.
Fucking cough, man. Cough that cost me half my life. Really, you can't stop him from doing it? Okay, and that. Figured if you shot him with enough firepower, you'd stun him. You're gonna straight away with one of those boys. Really. The guy already had it coming, dude. He was just throwing into a fucking wall and I got hit by it. Fucking annoying, dude. Bastard. Bastards, man. That sucked, man. I didn't know that they would throw into a wall. I mean, that's very old school, I guess. So they just throw into random spots, even though they can't get to you yet. He had that shit fucking already loaded. Funny though. Guessing you could set that up to cover your ass or something. Maybe if you want to speedrun through this. I'm sure you walk through the store and you're fine, so. But I guess you could go back out and get some loot. Now we got the church. They're kind of trying to reinforce the cult thing a bit. Which, I mean, it's cool. There was part of me that kind of liked I Adam. Where, it was pretty much all this crazy cult religious stuff, and then the guy clearly just doesn't really give a shit about all that. He just uses it, more or less. And it's more about him just kind of like getting a one-up over the America and all that stuff. Because even in the beginning, he says he's just doing it for money. But I guess they want to go with a more sinister, kind of big, serious angle, which, I mean, I think is fine. Him just being, like, generic, but using all of this. The cults and tricking people to get his ways. Even if it's maybe a bit more unique. It's not, like, that crazy. Or all that interesting. So what made Sadler interesting was just the way he fucking talked to Leon more than anything. Okay, so instead of just a random room, now it's like a big old cult church, I guess. I guess they're just really leaning into it. Is there one more health upgrade? I can't tell. I just drank, or drank, whatever the fuck. The heal. The lasers. What lasers? Oh, the laser hole. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. That was the most obvious thing. Whenever you watch anybody's playthrough, they're like, I wonder if the laser hole's still in, because it's like the obvious thing that if you're trying to take yourself too seriously, you'd remove. Because it's like ultra cheese. If they put that in, everything else would be in. There's no reason to do that and then not like other bullshit. It's fine.
Ashley!
Oh, one Francis. That was I, Francis. I mean, the death of Cheese does kind of suck. This game still tries a bit, but like, you can tell it's pretty measured, and a lot of it's just fan service. Which, I mean, is whatever. It's a remake. It's fine in this instance, but in the grand scheme of things, I do wish we still had, like, good cheese. Like, good camp, like RE4. Stuff like that. It's just not made as much nowadays. It's more reserved, like quippy bullshit, like, you know, nothing offensive, nothing over, like super over the top. It's all like very measured for like mass appeal. Anti-laser apologist. I mean, I think if you just play through this game without thinking about the old one or anything, I mean, it's totally fine. And it's a good way to make it I feel like it's a different take on it. But I would like more stuff like the original RE4's tone to exist, just fun, goofy shit. And I'm sure there is in indies, but anti-laser apologist. No, I don't think Capcom's silly enough to think this is just gonna like replace the original RE4. The hubris you would have to think you could just like do it better is like goofy. And that's what's made this good, is that it feels like it's not always trying to one-up it, it's just trying to remix it and do different stuff here and there. I mean, yeah, there's your modern sensibilities and stuff in it. Like, you know, they don't go overkill on the cheese, but in a way that kind of I guess it makes it more of an accompaniment in a game. You get both, I suppose. It's not like this is super serious either. I think that's my biggest issue with the tone in this, is that it doesn't just go full serious. Before we played this, I was like, I hope it's just like full horror or some shit, just really different. And I feel like it's tried to ride the line. Gameplay wise and everything, it's been good. I mean, there's little shit there that I think maybe would make it less replayable over a very long period of time, but it's a very fun just first playthrough. I'm sure a few more too. But yeah. Ooh, yeah. I might go out and get some food when we're done with this. I mean, if there's no mercenaries, I'm not gonna start a replay right now, so go to do his thing. Anyway, we're out more. It's possible the lasers are still in, but we'll never trust Godo again. That would be the millionth time he's made me look the fool this playthrough because he confirmed something that wasn't actually gone. I won't stand for it. It doesn't feel like they're in though.
What do you want?
I
He's a damn
wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us.
Bullshit.
Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Sadler!
Ah, yes, the time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. Oh, blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so.
Leon! Go!
Sadler's just not intimidating in this one. He just seems more like a goofy lunatic. I mean, it's a different take for sure, but I don't think I like it as much. His voice doesn't help either. Is there nobody left on Earth with a deep voice in the voice acting world? Are they just gone? Did they all die in the 90s and 2000s? Like, everybody has to be like,
Damn it.
either like stock pretty boy voice, or like I'm a sitcom friendly man, or like kind of wheezing, raspy kind of scary guy kind of thing. Like Krauser was fun because they leaned into that, because a lot of those famous kind of like, you know, your Marlon Brando bullshits, you know, they got kind of, you know, as Marlon Brando doesn't have that, but he has like that. What would you call Marlon Brando? Like Godfather, that's who Marlon Brando. Like it fit in this because they turned him into more of like my man and the jungle and all that kind of guy, but if you're just trying to make him like intimidating, like, what happened? Like a deep voice.
Laboratory B. Looks like it's this way.
This part's gonna suck. Every replay. Oh man. Yeah, he owns that kind of Krauser with his voice acting just fine. But Sadler is like, I don't see what they're owning here. Is that some guy from like a sitcom who's just an evil priest now? They don't shit talk and talk to each other and stuff. I thought that was always really fun. Yeah, no deep voice. No, he's just kind of like a generic bad guy. I mean, Sadler wasn't great. I mean, Sadler's not amazing. But like, Sadler was like fun. Like, he was fun, right? When he appeared, it was just to have like a funny, like, you know, oh, he needs some donations to his church, you know. He's got all his little machinations, and they're shitting on each other, and then Sadler's laughing at jokes that Leon's making, and there's like this kind of like this battle of like one-liner wit bullshit against them, or this is just like Sadler's just here, and he's being the crazy cool guy, and then like that's it, and that's all he's done. Maybe he's gonna get like a huge expo dump at the end, but
Still you resist, child.
like he didn't feel like a generic evil church cult leader, I guess, in 4, because he was just kind of after like money, and well, I mean, I guess that's technically right, you know, and he went and got like, you know, a whole army of like, you know, like more military type of shit, right? Or like it went from cult to like more just modern type of stuff, and that's what his like game was. And he would like actually talk to you like a human being and not like he's the Pope or something. And it was like kind of fun play on it. I just don't think they've done anything here with Sadler. This is very modern video games right here too. The auto walk down long fucking corridors and shit. This will be horrible in replays. As you can skip it. If you didn't already understand that he was losing control, now you really understand. Can you skip him? Yeah, not horrible, but it's so fucking generic. Sadly, this is generic. I mean, maybe this wouldn't be that bad in a bubble, but this is like fucking horror game 101 type of shit. Sadly nowadays, just auto walk down the spooky corridor or something. Slow walk. Oh, that's cool. You use the key here. I think they're good to do. Like I said, in a bubble, it's fine, but it's just like they're overused nowadays to remove as much player agency as possible and have essentially like a little ghost train ride, kind of like a light show going on in the background, or make you feel like, yeah, it's like a abstraction. Whoa, this is crazy. And it would be fine if they weren't always just like walking down a straight line, right? I had to like look around and like do some shit, and weird stuff was happening, and like maybe I can't control him properly, like I'd be fine, but it ends up just being whatever. The goddamn Sherry section? Yeah. I haven't replayed RE2 since my first 2 playthroughs. The remake and the original. I only played them all once. So I guess I've technically played the game 4 times. I might have to redo that at some point. If I ever do an RE series replay, which I've been really thinking about doing. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. That'd be awesome.
This time, it has to be different.
This time, it has to be different. I mean, you saved Sherry, bro. They're trying to like tie this into like RE2 a little bit. And I don't think they really gave a shit about that in the original RE4. Other than the umbrella ties, like, they didn't really care about his character changing all that much. Like, he changed, the big thing was that he was the young buck, and now he's the grizzled guy, and they just played with that the whole way through.
Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
I like that they're at least struggling here. They weren't really too worried about it in the original.
was nothing.
She gonna make the orgasm noises like Ashley did. Damn, you gonna leave the shirt on, dude? This is some fucking advanced surgery, dude. The textiles will not get in the way. Didn't Lewis have crazy surgery? With scars and shit? I guess they're advanced now. They're a little better. Ashley, you might want to wake up. Man's turning into a zombie. Maybe Ada's gonna show up. Be like, I'm gonna put him in the machine, I've changed. She's gonna say it like she's half asleep. Oh yeah, I had this and I sold the knife. Oh. Thought I had it.
Ashley.
I'm right here.
And she's buff.
I thought you were gonna die.
How the fuck did you get him in there with all of his equipment and shit?
You did this.
Yeah. Yeah, I did this. Can you stand?
Oh, Ashley, you've done so much.
The map?
Yeah, I found it. I think it says we can get out if we go this way. Hey, we're a team, right?
Not really.
Keep this up, I'll be out of a job.
That sound there.
So
And
all
romance
this,
music about to start up.
removing the parasites. This.
I do like that he's still kind of like half-assed, giving her like not quite as much as in the original, but like he was sarcastic with her in the original, and she was kind of like sassy about it. And this, he's like, he's like kind of doesn't sound sincere. It's obviously she's not really gonna put him out of a job, but like definitely trying to sound like
Yeah.
he's not like being a
We're
dick
alive.
about it, but it's kind of like still.
Thanks to
He's obviously not like 100% genuine there. But I guess he's being nice. Oh, you did good, Ashley. I kind of expected them to actually have her do more stuff. It's kind of the same scenes as before, with just more positive reinforcement. I figured there'd just be like a bit more scenes in general with her. But she wasn't like she wasn't in the game all that much in the original. She shows up in all the key areas and she's like the focus, but she's gone for most of it. Yeah, she didn't care much about him. In this, she seems to. I think it's because of that scene they built down at in the mine, which was a good scene, where they confirm he cares a little bit more. Which I mean, he cared in the original, but yeah, they don't really have her mess with it, reconfirm it or anything. But in this, yeah, his sacrifice is more of like a long-running thing. I think having this be his lab with his key and shit was a smart call to tie it all back into him more. Yeah, that was my thing, dude. She's buff, dude. Maybe she's got some powers left over like Jerry. She's got Los Plagos buff powers. It looks exactly the same, but she's got the strength of 300 oxen. Or she had like a jack. I lifted him up in a jack, you know, because he has a lot of gear and like body armor and all that shit on him. She might have still been able to do it. Like get up on the seat and like drag him up there. It's not like he's the size of a fucking planet, but I mean, he's pretty big. She had trouble like opening like certain doors earlier, so. The smoke.
It's him.
I do like in general they've kept the chatter down. You might not really think about it, but when you play a lot of like AAA stuff, especially Western AAA stuff, they do not shut the fuck up. They're always talking. They have a little bit more chatter in this between the two. And obviously a bit more like repetitive type of dialogue when they're shooting and stuff, but I'm glad there's not like an assload. There's definitely more, but for 2023, this is actually very measured. They've held back quite a bit.
Someone had a field day looting the Umbrella Labs.
Yeah, absolutely. The merchant's sadly the worst. He does not. Yeah, he just keeps talking nonstop. And that's the time a lot of people are going to pause or just chill, right? It's the reprieve moment. They don't need some guy just like chattering. They'll open up the menu, look at it for a bit, maybe, you know, look away, do some shit, right? You know, and they don't. More annoying. Especially when I'm streaming. That's different, I guess. It's not your average. Joe, not everybody's streaming. Only Sadler had the dominant species. And there's just a random amber in a fucking closet that he found that was even better than Sadler's. Doesn't work, Louise. Ouroboros. My Ouroboros. Oh no. Ouroboros. Oppress the people of this island. So there's people in the village he's oppressing and the castle and all that. But there's also the islanders. We didn't really learn about the islanders. They're just here. World peace. We could create world peace at last. You just have to take a sample. Take the shot. It's supposed to be Luis in the middle. Yep, Laboratory 6, Dream Team. Just real people. Yeah, I want to be fucking put under the boot, dude. Only then can I be at peace. The law ending. Told how to think, dude. Can't handle it myself. Antigen attached. Growth. Radiation. Fully grown. Killed the host. Oh. Is Tyler gonna do the thing where he's like, I will control you, and then it doesn't work? No.
I'm surprised this thing even booted up.
Yeah, this looks fucked. God damn. Like, no. I couldn't get into the door. I couldn't get in. It was locked.
Place I slept before.
It was locked. It was fucking locked. I didn't have the key. This rusty metal, it held me back. In the original, it's not, yeah, but in this, it's locked, but he should still be able to get in, man. He must have just left it here. Didn't think it'd be a problem. Then he put his secret base 2 feet away from it. You have to ask yourself, maybe it was a bad idea. I mean, it would make sense in a research area. There'd be ways to remove the thing for testing and stuff. But yeah, it's funny that it's right next to his church in this one. This like crazy holy church. At least it kind of like fit visually in the original. In this, it's like the super holy church and the plug-in removal device 2 feet away. I guess he wanted Lewis to be close, man. Extra close.
Look, I bet we could use that.
Kind of busy. Is that where I'm supposed to go? I have no idea. I'm gonna go get that treasure, but oh, I see. You got a whole lot of choice.
Sorry.
Like I said, we're a team.
Sound genuine.
You're getting good at that.
Right?
She's probably better than the original Ashley, but it ain't by a whole lot.
You sure you're okay?
Never been better.
I just don't know if she ever gets enough scenes, is what I mean. They do try to build up her caring about him in more ways than one a little earlier, though, which is cool. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's not really hard to top the OG. She's not... She's kind of like fun in a like, she's just some college girl and really kind of goofy kind of way. She's like memorable, but she doesn't have, yeah, like quite a big range of character. Yeah, she's much more of like a damsel who gets a few moments where she gets to actually shine, like when she's driving the truck. This one doesn't really get a whole lot of moments to shine. They just tell her she's always doing good, even though she's really not doing a whole lot. Like she smashed the window to the Chief's place, even though Leon's been jumping through windows the whole game, and then she asks for like a pat on the back, and you're like, what? Like, what was so special about that? So they'll have scenes like that aren't really that special. I wish they had more. Yeah, that's the big thing. I feel like for what little they made Ashley better, they dumpstered Donata. She's nothing right now. They might be saving a lot of it for the DLC, but that, I mean, that doesn't mean anything, alright? I'm not gonna include what I think of the DLC. Oh, it's okay, she's not good in the main game because the DLC exists. Like, the DLC ain't out. I don't even know if it's gonna be the same. If it's even going to be Ada DLC. I don't really like the dialogue as much. I think she's too obviously kind of being a bitch. But maybe that is all in the voice and delivery. I think the original... I mean, obviously there wasn't a whole lot, but it definitely had that kind of mystery double agent, capable kind of feel. And then she just feels like super dry. I guess she's professional in a way, but she's much less like this specialized, cool kind of like spy person, and more just like she almost feels like she's just like a soldier, like just business outside of her outfit. She could be in her little Spec Ops outfit from Assignment Ada, and you wouldn't even think twice probably in this game. There's proof of it. Yeah, I'd be surprised. It's such a perfect thing to do DLC for. I mean, I don't like that it is DLC. I think it should have been in the game already. If you're gonna remake something, I'd at least like content parody, but like, whatever. Maybe they're gonna go ham on it. That's definitely the best place they could go ham. Assignment Ada in Separate Ways was, I mean, it was a side mode, so it wasn't a big problem. You know, it was just like little chapters you picked and then one campaign, but you could easily turn that into like a whole thing, right? Yeah, I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's like the worst thing I've ever heard in my life, like a lot of people are blowing it up to be, but it has very little fucking impact. And her character was a lot of fun before. Now she's just kind of... whatever. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like I'm much more worried about the DLC now that we've heard her voice. She's just... Like, that thing about Ada, Assignment Ada and Separate Ways and stuff is like, Ada's like fun, you know, she's like confident, charismatic, kind of like Leon, right? She's got the spy thing with the bullet shooter, and like she's zipping around and stuff. She's got like a different way of handling it. This one, like, I mean, she zips a bit for sure, but she doesn't have that same kind of that fun vibe to her.
Look at this place.
I mean, I guess she could still kick ass in the same way, but I feel like without the personality, then who cares?
She's all right.
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Jealousy?
Sounds like you know her well.
Jealous? Yeah, she's fucking jealous. Don't be. She sucks now. Be jealous of old Ada though. Or Grandma Ada and fucking RE6, man. Clone Ada and RE6. God, I forgot that the whole RE6's entire plot revolves around Ada and Ada clones. And one guy's obsession with Ada. Okay, there's guys. Imagine RE6 existing after this game. Imagine some guy being obsessed with Ada and she's like this. That'd be even goofier, right? At least Ada had like enough of appeal in the original RE4 that you could see it. Like, oh yeah, I could buy it, you know. This guy's obsessed. He's so great. This is a new bit. Yeah, I don't know why Leon's character changed to like gruff, edgy drunk man in the fucking movies, dude. And once he got the memories and all that, They cut the cheese for sure. I mean, Vendetta was already extremely over the top and cheesy, but like, yeah, Leon's played like dead serious. He has like dead serious dialogue. I guess in the other two movies, he's just kind of there. I don't really remember much of Leon's character in the other two movies. He wasn't really like super standout or anything. I really like that they blend in. It's cool. Cool shit. Oh, you got goop all over the Bible. Illuminatus final chapter. Where's the treasure? Is there a cave? Hey, the Illuminato's pendant. Osmond. I think that could have been interesting. I almost expected that. Or she would kind of like rarely help out with combat. Like maybe if you got grabbed and she was like on tight, you would like break him out halfway through the QT and save you a little health or something. She got like a knife or something. Some like smaller, like subtle ways, like would have been fine, yeah. I didn't miss the Salazar yet, did I? Oh, I mean, there's barely been anything. Unless this one's like super hardcore. The Illuminatos. I'd hate to have to come back all the way. Very end. The game to get that last collecty. Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler. You know everybody's gonna say. Yeah, like, why did they pick Adam? That's supposed to be the first guy, right? I think it is. Like, he was over there one. Yeah, for selling only. For your eyes only. Okay. Where's my little Salazar thing?
Nice shot.
What is her necklace anyway? She's got like a little necklace. Can't tell. They go out of their way to make sure she doesn't end up on the camera for long. That you can aim properly and shit, so she'll just like move around. It also means I can't see any details.
Ashley!
Watch out for the goop, Ashley. Wouldn't want you covered in goop. The mud. Oh. Thought that was a thing. Oh, achievement unlocked. Trade all treasures in a single playthrough. Nice. Oh, there's some gunpowder back there, Ashley. Where'd that gunpowder at? Near the end of the game, you'd assume it's quite a bit. Yeah, 5. Gotta give you your stock, your final boss stock. Well, they cut a lot out of the island. It still feels like it kind of drags a little bit. Cut quite a bit out. Cool. Cut a lot out of the castle.
Take a look. Something's
But
bound
they
to
added
catch
stuff
your
too.
eye.
They added shit in this for sure. There's a lot of new areas that I think we're supposed to serve similar purposes. Hey man, how about some ammo, dude? Remember when he would line up ammo for you in the original? That'd be nice. Where's my fucking ammo, bud?
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Maybe he does on other difficulties.
Why stocking up while you can? Wise choice. That's good work, if I do say so myself. Ruby's up. Thank you. Will that be all? Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right?
They don't give him the demon eyes in this one. I'm not surprised though. Cause that always made people like wonder, what the fuck is he like? Is he Illuminatus? Is he just some dude? And this, they kind of just, he's just some guy, I guess. It's a mystery guy. I mean, with the Duke, you had no idea. They try to make him like mystical almost. The Duke, they're like, oh yeah, the Duke knows this guy or whatever. Made jokes about the RE4 merchant. You know, supposed to be some mystical, magical group merchants sneaking around these. The less they go into that, the better. I don't need the multiverse of merchants here. Not at all.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Better to be over-prepared, am I right? Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be that this kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long, anything come back.
Don't think we're gonna get any gunpowder to use these on. It's okay.
Anytime. Welcome.
Guess there's no point selling the magnum ammo. I don't know if they're gonna like give me a magnum to use.
I'll buy almost anything. Next time, buy some.
Alright. Question is, Where's the little Salazar thing? Oh, he's there, dude. Or is there not one in chapter 16?
Leon, look! Is that...
I'd imagine this is the finale. Didn't get them all, did I? Oh, yeah, I don't think. What was it called? The Revolution Wind Up. Am I good, Goto? If I move on? Is the Salazar like after the boss or something? Show some respect. Show some respect. Yeah, that's fine. I'm assuming it's like on the run out, or is it like during the fucking boss fight? Assuming this is the boss. Doesn't look exactly the same. Like tears. It is on the run out. Okay. Ashley, maybe you should stay.
Stay here. I won't be long.
Okay.
Oh wait, I should have went back. Good. Hold on. I'm gonna alt F4. We didn't do the binoculars. Yeah, I get a laugh out of this because you can tell she's a little bit more interested in him. Sort of, I guess. But then he's like, you stay here. That's my girlfriend out there. I'm gonna go after this mystery lady. What's up, Backcast? He just got NTR'd, man. I want to see what he says in the binocular thing, though. Any Ada, anything I'm interested in. Yep. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Okay, the game is not opening. Why? Whoa. Back. Weird. Escape from the island. Where was my save? But after the merchant? Let's find out. It was just black. It opened, it made the noise. I might have had like right click or some weird shit. Oh, is it? Yeah, weird. Something must be up. That could be it. Did you hear about the Last of Us remake? Compile shaders for like 2 hours. And it looked horrible. Oh man, that's so funny. And that ended up such a fucking disaster. That PC port. It's got like a super negative reviews.
Ada.
And this game, which runs like a dream, not even old hardware here. Well, that was it. Ada.
He thinks he's gonna lure me out.
Yeah. Well, he is. Let's go. Not you though.
Stay here. I won't be long.
Okay.
Hide, preferably. It would suck to have to rescue. Why is he running?
Ada!
Damn. Just drop her 2 stories, dude. You know she's built different.
Sadler!
the sweater suit, dude. The ass.
You renegade.
Did she ever pretend to work with Sadler in this?
The bright gift to become one with us.
Yeah. Sadler just had no presence this whole campaign.
You require absolution.
He's talking. Oh, he's talking. We won't devour the very gods. Definitely has that energy. What is he even saying? Jesus, shut up. Why did they do this with the, why do they do this with Sadler and Salazar? They're like, okay, we're gonna hold off on the dialogue, and then they're just gonna talk non-stop during the fight, man. It's fucking dog shit. What the fuck are they thinking? What the? Oh, they changed the boss fight, that's for sure. I'm hauling ass, but Jesus, this is a horrible spot to try to do this. Oh damn, quit moving, brother. I'd like to get over there, but you're stuck in like way more straightaways here. What the fuck is he doing? I guess we're supposed to be like running across the field here. Fuck that weird, I guess, man. It'll be fine. I am never ready for these evades a single time in this game. This goop. Oh, he double shot us. Oh, this is some bullshit. Really? Triple shot? Really? Really? What the fuck were they thinking? You get hit by one, you get hit by all three, man. Very cool. Nope. Where do you even dodge this guy? Where do you even go? What the fuck are these hitboxes, man? I have like literally nowhere to fucking run, man. Stun lock, nowhere to run. I think they overdid it. We'll see though. Like goddamn, man.
Stay here.
Yeah, it feels like a just RPG boss. Because he moves a lot to be able to shoot him while he's walking. He does not stop for shit. Even on mouse and fucking keyboard, brother. This guy is moving like he's a fucking... What the... Oh god, did he downgrade Sadler? Is that even possible? There's probably like some sweet spots where you can like hug his dick and then he's like safe or something. What in the fuck, dude? I mean, there's definitely more going on, which is kind of cute, but it's like feels way more annoying, man. Look at this shit. God damn. Said delicious. I was like, I guess so, bro. I think I'm just gonna wait. I keep trying to catch up to it and then he keeps moving it. I think you just wait for it to sway. I think that's the strat there. I don't think I was gonna make it with the knife. Just hold on a second, brother. You can do it if you just run non-stop. Damn, dude. This shit moves so much, man. Excuse me, brother. grenade didn't even fucking touch him, dude. Like, fucking, he didn't even fucking stagger for a second, the full nade. Oh, this guy is crazy. You gotta just be very patient with him. He is not hittable very often at all. The RPG section. Yeah, trying to be aggressive with him just goes bad, man.
I'm getting sick of your shit.
It's more like a linear fight too. You kind of just keep running down straight lines. I guess the first one was similar. You try to like kind of move them around and use like giant tools in the environment and like bridges and shit too. the classic Resident Evil, modern Resident Evil giant wall of flesh boss at the very end. Do I get a super shotgun or a super handgun or something too?
Finally, look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out. Still, I need to cut this date. Sure. It's not me. It's you.
Okay, let's go. Is this just scripted? Am I just waiting for Ada?
Use this!
Use this. What if it had draw? You had to actually aim it? Funny. Damn! A 20-mile jump.
I'll give you a holy body.
Holy body line. Thanks for putting me back up here, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. That fight was in some ways better. Just the general shooting and being able to even aim at his shit somewhat easily is better, but he can catch you in some infinites, man, which is a little cheesy.
Nothing personal, Leon. Luis and I had an arrangement.
And his
Don't
hitbox
worry,
is
I'll take
ridiculous.
good care of it.
God, she sounds so bored, man.
Ride's here. You coming?
You coming?
I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways.
Hey, separate way.
I see.
Damn, she's a robot, dude.
Better get a move on.
Cute.
Until next time, Leon.
She has no emotion on her face, either, dude.
Where's she going?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she just...
Gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
Can we do the jet ski glitch with it, man? Where is it, Godo?
Okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Like behind me or something? Yeah, I was hard bitching about that fight. I don't know, some of that was just goofy as fuck, dude. I was like, what the fuck is going on, man? It'd be one thing if I just didn't react, but I'm like full tilt run. I think you just need to play very far keep away. Maybe I'll find it on my own. I do have a save.
Now we can go home.
I'll be able to hear it.
We're not out of here yet.
Fight some goons.
Thanks.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Attacking. What's going on?
I hear it.
They're nothing now their master's gone. It's over.
This is cool. I like that they showed what happened after Sadler dies. It's a good thing to add to the escape.
Alright. Not bad, Ada.
Oh, can you? Just free loot. Damn. Too late, I guess.
You like thrill rides?
I love them.
You're gonna love this.
I was just thinking of the Deadman glitch there where you just jet skis off without her. I want to make sure we still have time, so I didn't want to do anything. I'm glad the full jet skiing thing still, I mean, they could improve this easily. Make it a bit more exciting. No. Wasn't sure if I should hit these boxes, like I get loot, but I guess we don't need loot at this point. Oh, thought I was gonna come farther down, it just stops. It's gonna be one of those where you have to like barely dodge it. Like that. Leon, do you want to have sex? Damn. The noise there was like pretty cool. They barely touched it.
You alright?
I'm not sure that was insane.
Damn, I get a little farther out, man. Yeah, the chemical rain, dude. The debris.
Mission accomplished, right?
Mission accomplished. When you're home safe.
They're gonna cut the line for
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety.
He's good, man.
Come on.
He's like,
Let's go.
I never want to see you again, but I'm gonna pretend to be nice about it. Yeah, they couldn't put in the whole
Condor 1?
line.
Roost to Condor 1, do you read me? Come in. I said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon. Leon, are you and Ashley all right? Where
Is that supposed
are
to
you?
be a
Come
Leon
on.
joke? Leon. Damn, Hunnigan kind of sucked in this too. She looked good, for sure. They picked a good look for Hunnigan. He's like a little more professional, man. She was in the original. Maybe she'll be in the after credit. Well, see, now Hunnigan had the... He got the glasses in the after credits, and then Leon hit on her. Maybe she's gonna lose the glasses in this one. Probably not. That was probably all it was, just that. I'm glad they got the villagers music thing going on. I always found the song with the villagers kind of losing their shit to be like one of the more like spooky atmosphere parts of the entire original game. Yeah, I'll break into it once the credits are over. It's too loud right now, but yeah, it was good overall. I liked it. Another solid Resident Evil game. I do like the series quite a bit. Well, that's why they made it. Resident Evil 4, man. It doesn't quite hit as good as the like little fairy tale drawings did. That had a very kind of just more abstract feel. This is a little bit more. Yeah, that's gonna be different for sure. A lot of this does kind of is the DLC lead in. Right, we show Wesker.
Patch me through.
A lot of the cool shit in this plays off expectations on its
I've
own.
obtained the amber.
We'll see.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking.
All you
100
need to
will give their
know.
lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
How ambitious. We're changing course now.
Is that the stinger? Doesn't she just give it to him? Maybe he gets a hold of it anyways, and they're trying to make her look more beast mode here. Oh yeah. Mute it for safety. Use that DMCA shit. Possibly. I don't like Wesker's voice much. Yeah. God, this song sucks. Yeah. I'm just gonna mute it on my end. I don't even want to hear this shit. One sec. I don't even want to hear this fucking song. Does not fit. Fucking bad, man. Yeah, I mean, they like try to set it up, but it's done so poorly, man. There's an attempt. I think maybe the idea was that they were trying to make her look dead serious the whole way through, professional, like barely caring about Leon. This is Cope. Like barely caring about Leon so that she could like turn at the end or something. But not. Did not work out very well. Anywho, I'll throw on some RE4 music here. Let me get some of the original, I suppose. Yeah, overall I liked it though. Yeah, I don't like Wesker's new voice. His original voice was good. His DC Douglas voice was good. This guy just sounded like he was like not just, I mean, he wasn't like rancid. It was like, he didn't have any, once again, no charisma or anything. Maybe with like the proper role it would be fine. DC Douglas leaked he leaked the game on it or something. They cut him. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this Wesker here. I mean, it's cool they showed him and stuff. I mean, visually he probably looked fine. He looked more like RE1 Wesker. Oh yeah, let me put it on for you guys. I don't know why they didn't Outcast. I'm not sure why they got this chick. Why did they have to do that? I mean, I get that like it's supposed to be a better performance, but that's the beauty of video games. You could change the face and add voices and stuff. And they did it with RE too. Billions of casualties. Complete global casualties. Yeah, I think Wesker's original voice was good. Well, as original remake voice. I don't remember. He had a voice actor that was pretty good before DC Douglas. But this guy kind of had that like, he had that way of speaking that a lot of these just fucking these VAs I don't care as much for in the English stuff. Or at the end of every sentence, they have to like kind of tail a little bit, like it's dramatic, right? Instead of just like having the line itself be kind of done well. They do it all the time in Octopath. But it's alright. It was just a little bit of Wesker at the end there, not a big deal. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know anything about Resident Evil, this could be a prequel setup for RE1 Remake. It could be RE5 setup. I mean, this was at the end of RE4 as well, but not as extreme as this, where Ada like leaves. I'm guessing they're trying to change how that's going to work, so that Ada's not as obviously evil. Yeah, you're like, who's this guy? Are they setting up the sequel to RE4 Remake? Even though this was like in the game already. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see somebody play this than the original for sure. I would not do it in that order, but it would be an interesting test for sure. I think you get I think a lot of the fun of this one is seeing how they remixed it. On its own, I'd really be curious with enough replays if some of that novelty would wear off and what I would think of just the general like level design and flow compared to just the original in their own box. Because a lot of what does make this fun is it feels like RE4 again, but with just like remake. I would definitely not say it feels like it's a raw upgrade in terms of level design and stuff. They're enjoying it so far. Have they finished this one and they're playing the original now? Yeah, I'd imagine they'd still have fun with the original. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like going from this to the original, it depends on how they feel about tank controls. The castle, yeah. I think this one's very enjoyable alone, I'm sure. There's just a little bit of stuff that's like designed just to kind of play off of expectations. It's not a huge deal. Special thank, Shinji McConnell. But obviously it's not like they made it specifically with that in mind. Anyways, I guess we could talk about actual thoughts on it. I don't know why. I'm waiting to like see if there's anything else. They're gonna have the Hunnigan scene. I feel like they won't. Like they're kind of done with it all. Yeah, they just cut the fucking cage boss totally. For sure. I would say the island's still the worst part, though. I think it dragged a little bit. And I don't think a lot of the areas where the set piece value or how exciting some of the rooms were all that great. Oh. They do have the Hunnigan bit. Now it's glasses off. I guess it was glasses off, right? Get glasses on in the first place. Oh.
Good work.
Didn't hit on her though. B. Because of the 94 saves. 25 hours long. Only based on speed? How do I have a B? I went slow as fuck. Oh, B is the lowest. Okay, they would never give somebody nowadays anything lower than above average. You're all above average gamers. To be fair, most people don't even finish their fucking game, so it's probably fine. You are special if you finish. The pinstripe. Primal. Sunglasses, foam mask, flight cam. Whoa. Cool. Pretty good. Definitely got a lot easier. We didn't really die as much later. I think overall the difficulty was good though. Did our aim get better as we went? Or as I went? I guess you guys weren't really shooting. A little bit. I could carry over the data and start a new game, but purchase new version. Cannot achieve S plot. Hardcore. Oh, now they got the village. Professional mode has been unlocked. Only perfect berry. All weapon modifications from the start. Huh. Cool. Anyways, I don't want to hear this song the whole time. It's just the credits music. Anyways, yeah, overall, if you guys have thoughts on the actual game, what you think about the game, things you liked about it, things you didn't like about it, this is the time I'm gonna start talking about, I suppose, what I thought about it. And I want to try to make sure that the floor is open, man. An A rank, you get the armor, chicken hat, S plus. If you do professional S plus, you just get all this shit, right? No bonus weapons. Still makes her invincible? Oh, really? But if you're really having issues with S plus, or you just want to replay the game a lot, probably be good to grab all this shit real quick and then run through. Oh, they changed it to the sweeper. I just like Ada voice. Yeah. But yeah. Any questions or topics or anything? This would be the time. I'll look through these, and then I guess we'll start talking about it a bit. Standard. Yeah, you get most of your shit for just ranks, huh? All weapon parts. All weapons. No damage on the scooter. Crane's wrecking ball. I never even killed a single one. Saw some of these already. 30 more. I like that they didn't put like an obscene amount of challenges. Like there's 100. Like that's actually pretty doable, and a lot of these are probably fine. Like it wouldn't be a huge deal. I mean, you would definitely have to replay it a few times. Never use a recovery item. You just have to probably put it on easy. See, the thing is, you could put it on easy mode, and then run through with like a weapon you've already fully upgraded. You can do that with the merchant. 8 hours. Because it's cool, the idea of just putting an assload of challenges and making them all like kill 1 million guys with this gun. But I feel like you want it to be something you actually want to do and could possibly finish. Otherwise it's a little less interesting. Not cool that this is that way. Costume for Ashley. Oh, you can buy all sorts of costumes here. Light helm, the skull mask. The mask. The jacket. Bought. Pinstripe. Bought. Glasses. Mic. The face guard. An iPad. Buy all these, man. So anyways, yeah, there's no extra modes. From what I understand, Mercenaries comes out next week. Oh, hey, they show Albert Wesker. Hear it. Dude, they don't even have his cool gun. Oh, Wesker's outfit on Liana, yeah.
Excellent.
He sounded like really hard to be like almost like the movie version.
Excellent.
Excellent. Or he has to like super exhale on everything he says. Hello, Leon. This is quite excellent of you.
Excellent. Excellent.
I mean, it's all about the dialogue, I suppose. At this point, they do remake either of them. You know that none of the fucking cheesy Wesker crazy shit is gonna survive an RE5 remake. I would like to think before they... I mean, if you cared about the series enough, you would remake RE1 and Code Veronica before you'd ever bother doing RE5, because those both have Wesker in them. Even RE0 I think has Wesker, if I remember right. I barely remember RE0. But like, I don't know if they give a fuck. Will they remake another one? I'm sure. Yeah. So anyways. Well, the thing is they like money. They shouldn't have touched this game. They've already said they're interested. Yeah, I think RE1's already awesome. It's great. Yeah, they'll just make the mansion bigger. I agree. Or they'll make it like first person or something. That'd be fucked though, because you're playing like, you know, Chris or Jill. They'd just make the halls slightly larger. But I mean, I would agree.
Excellent. Excellent.
They gave him like a Glock or something, huh? What happened to his, was that one weapon of his? Mic and helicopter. course, it's the drinks around me line. Anywho, though, overall, oh, hey, the final night. What? Professional A rank. Not a whole lot of what. Overall, I liked it a lot. I thought it was good. I definitely think it's like one of your better Resident Evil games, but I think the whole series is pretty good. There's definitely some dips, like 6. And some that are still fun, but obviously not 24/7 just banging like 0 and 5. Like 5 works really good as like a co-op thing. Yeah, I think this is good. I think it's up there for sure. God, there's so much we could talk about on it. What are the big questions? I don't think it's a replacement of RE4, and I think that's a good thing. Here's why. Get the journalist shit. Yeah, I'll probably watch some of that. I remember so little of 0. I think that's its biggest problem is it's not like a fucked game, it's just a lot of it's easy to forget. 2 and 3 are a bit more distinct. That setup, and obviously 1. It should be cool to see. But yeah, definitely not like a replacement, like just outright. I think it's more of a remix. It does some things well. I think it does some things pretty poorly. I think some of the changes it makes over the original, it's good for people who have played it and who haven't played it. They all work pretty well on their own. Over the test of time, would this end up being like as timeless of a game? I think the sheer fun of it, especially in the AAA scene nowadays, how focused this is on just raw gameplay and like, you know, I don't want to say just strategy, but you know, there's an amount of depth to some of the strategies, to how you want to upgrade, to the exploration and stuff. Some of it's a little handholdy, but just in the AAA world, that it's a game that's mostly focused on gameplay and it's pretty fun and it still has a budget is, I think, commendable in its own right. I think that's probably where a lot of people are probably going to end up giving this a lot of credit. It's because it's kind of like an actual fucking game in a world of movie games and stuff and cookie cutter open world, just generic bullshit. Not that there's anything particularly wrong with any of those in a nutshell, but I feel like the industry's gone like ultra no risk. This is also a product of no risk, but at least a product that focuses on some stuff that's not maybe as seen in the big budget world. Anyways, yeah, it's polished as shit too, which is pretty good. I guess we can talk about some of those things I was mentioning. I think level design and stuff is probably one of your big things. I think that's kind of more of a side grade. I think stuff like the village isn't like super changed. Some orders are changed. A couple zones are cut out. There's a bit more backtracking because of the side quest system and all that. So they take these, I guess these new areas and flipped all, you know, in areas from the old games and kind of flip them around and play with them a little bit. And I think that's fun. I don't think it makes them really inherently better. I don't think the pacing's magically better. They do tend to try to cut out anything that's goofy or too gamey. Not too much. It's still closer to, you know, RE4 than it is like some Last of Us game or something, right? It's not taking itself too seriously, but it is closer. It is moving in that direction. Maybe they just can't justify spending as much money as they do on one of these and have it be all jokes. I don't think anybody has the balls to make a game like that. That's AAA anymore. I just don't think it's, one, mass appeal, it's not there. 2, it's just, there's probably some self-importance or some dignity or something they're worried about. Who knows? Like, it's not, it tries to be cheesy, but it and I think that ends up leading to some problems. But, so yeah, some of those kinds of areas are cut, but I like how it kind of remixes them. I like how you generally flow into an area and kind of come back out another area, and which really wouldn't matter that much. You could just say a linear game where you just kind of go, you're always flowing, right? And that's kind of like the original. It's paced very well in that respect, but you still do come back to areas in the original still. But this one, it's like, since you do have the option to occasionally go do side stuff, they kind of play with that a bit more. Excluding RE4, what's your favorite RE game overall? RE2 Remake and the first Resident Evil remake. Probably. I don't know which one. I would probably pick those though. I like the first one a lot. But I think RE2 Remake is like... So I guess we could talk about that. So, in terms of this as a remake, its existence, and how much I respect it, I would say I respect this less because it's not making as big a jump. It's clearly a little bit more here for cash. Of course, RE2 Remake is as well, but the tech leap, the gameplay leaps are not as big. And that doesn't inherently mean this game is bad. It doesn't. I think it's great, but like, it's not. I mean, the jump from RE2 Remake, you know, like I said, with the fixed camera, the tank controls with fixed camera, just the tone of it and everything, and how they still keep those like ideas and the spirit of the game and turn it into like a full over the shoulder explorable thing with RE2 Remake. I thought was just like really impressive and stuff. This isn't, and it feels more creative, right? Like they're taking like, maybe not a chance exactly, but it feels like there's some soul there. Great time to cough. It feels like they want to actually like do something. Like there's some kind of fucking will there, right? Like it's, there's some improvements. It's a neat idea to try to like, I feel like, explore, right? A PS1 game to like a full PS5 thing. And then they do it like kind of like this, where they'll change a few things, and then they will, but still try to keep the same idea. I like that a lot about it. I think in this one though, there's less ideas there. RE4 plays a lot like this in some fashions. It's more subtle and nuanced how this one's like different outside like your parries and stuff like that, and being able to just free move. How you explore is going to be generally the same. Stuff like that. So I just don't think the tech leap, I mean visually, yeah, it looks a lot better in some ways for sure, but I just don't think it's as big a leap. I don't think that means that like this game's not worth existing at all, but it's got less of that like creative, like let's see how we could turn this, you know, this, you know, game that's got a lot of, you know, it's very old, and try it in like a totally different light, right? This just doesn't have that. So I think as a remake, did it ever need to exist? No. Did any of them ever need to exist? No. But I think RE2 Remake makes a better case for itself than this one. Although this one still makes a good case for itself. It's better than like a Dead Space remake, which I don't think makes a good case for itself. I think it's a fine remake and all, but it definitely is not jumping as far as this one or RE2 Remake does, and no way. So I respect this one on that front. Just not maybe as much as RE2 Remake. There's just not as much going on there, and they could have done like, you know, Code Veronica or something if they really wanted just to like flex their creative juices when it comes to like leaping a few generations of tech ahead, or like Dino Crisis or something. I mean, they wouldn't, because this makes money, but that's the problem, is like you can feel it. Like this obviously doesn't need it. But anyways, yeah, I guess that's that spiel. As a remake, yeah, I think it's definitely didn't need to exist, but I had a lot of fun with it, and I'm glad they didn't fuck it up. But it's more of an industry problem, I would say. In a bubble, this game's good, and it's fine. And it was a fine enough idea. Not as extreme. But I don't know, what else were we talking about for that? This is like level design stuff. They definitely took out a lot. I guess the general level design I can talk about. We talk about village and stuff. I think the village still feels like the best. In some fashions. I would definitely say it's like village, then castle, then island still. I think it just starts to kind of... I think the set pieces, any kind of investment in the story, and some of just the areas kind of dragging a little bit are kind of why the island's a little shittier. You could say that about the original island too, but I don't think they really fixed that. They cut out like the maze guy. They changed where Krauser's original cutscene is. Some of the talking between Ada and Krauser and stuff like that. Like little pace breakers. They kind of remove those and put them in other places. I don't think they really replace them with anything. You know, you get the wrecking ball room and the car and the same thing essentially. Which, you know, those both could use some work, sure, but they just kind of got fused just cause. I don't think it helps with pacing in any way. I think pretty much after the Krauser fight, it kind of just, it's like another hour or two where you're just kind of like, yep, you know, like we're going. I don't mind. I would rather have saw them remake it. I don't think it helped in pacing to cut it, and I sure as fuck don't think anything they added in the island like made up for it in any big way. I think for the most part the island's the same for half of it, but I would have preferred to see them at least try. And I don't care if they tried or not, if I thought what was there was like godly, but I think the island just was kind of whatever. Like, I would look forward to doing the village and maybe even the castle again in this one, much more than the island. Yeah, it's not about those specific things. It's really more about what they decided to do instead. Like on its own, not just as a remake. I'm just using this as an example. I think the last half of the island just kind of drags. Yeah, I mean, that's just what I mean. Is like, it's kind of the same. I mean, I still like it enough in RE4 because I think some of the gameplay is maybe a bit more exciting at times. But the thing in RE4 is like, at least the island had a bunch of goofy cutscenes and shit every like fucking 30 minutes. This doesn't have that, so you really are just running through like island sections, and there's not as many set pieces, and they tend to be a little bit more close quarters and shit. Maybe you just start getting used to the gameplay a little too much at that point too. I wasn't bored. I mean, I still had a lot of fun with it, and I'd love to replay this. Maybe we'll probably do it professional at some point. But yeah. In terms of level design, they got rid of a lot. I think people are not realizing how much they actually got rid of. The castle was like gutted in a lot of ways, right? There's a lot of rooms missing, a lot of rooms fused, a lot of rooms changed. I think for the most part it's fine, and I think that is kind of one of the strengths of the game, is that they do make a lot of changes like that. The question is, do they work in their own right? I think in the island's case, not always. I think in the castle's case, they do work. I think a lot of those new additions, like the Ramparts fight with the Gigante, the Urukai Gigante, I don't know why he looks like a fucking Urukai orc, but he does. He's got the white face paint and everything. I think stuff like that's cool. I like how they took some rooms, like, you know, libraries or ballrooms or dining rooms, and then they kind of remixed how the puzzles worked or where they'd be, played with lighting and stuff like that. Maybe cut boring parts but left cool parts. It felt like they were taking that mentality that Castle had and trying to apply that much more heavily to the last half of the island. I don't think it worked quite as well as it did in the castle. The village is not, I wouldn't say untouched, but yeah, the Ashley section's a lot better too. I would agree with that. This is kind of what I mean though, is like the castle works. Everything looks pretty different. There's a lot of set pieces, a lot of pace breakers, in a good way. The village is really great because it plays with the combat really well. A lot more open spaces. You have way less, obviously, skill, way less loot. So you're running around looting. There's a lot more like, you know, there's like 2 or 3 hold your, you know, survive in this area, you know, bits and stuff like that. There's bosses paced well throughout. Probably because they're copying beats from RE4, which is paced pretty awesome the whole way through. I mean, there's like, you could say the island drags a bit for sure, but like, it's still RE4 and it still works. So. But yeah, I feel like the village just plays into the strengths of the game the most, where you're just kind of like, you have less tools, but they're still providing you like these crazy experiences, especially in hardcore, that try to challenge you to play with the survival part. Just the amount of guys, you know, they've still got a bunch. They've got the bull guys now, which are cool. They've got the dynamite guys. They got crossbow guys. They got different kinds of melee guys. They're still hitting you with a lot of variety, which is making you have to run around and think on your feet and all that. And each room looks pretty different. When you get to the island, it feels like, in some ways, the castle. I had the same complaint a little bit with the castle. The knife doesn't get as much play because enemies pop up a lot more. It's more close quarters, which works great in the original RE4 because of the pace and how much you're going to stop. In this, I feel like running around and like dodging dudes and that kind of stuff is kind of where this game's at its strongest. So when you're kind of not doing that, I feel like those parts aren't quite as fun. I mean, obviously it gets easier too, but I mean, the original RE4 is easy. The thing with the original RE4 is I feel like the feedback on the guns, the sound, the way the enemies react, stuff like reload animations, all that kind of stuff feels like better, I would say, in this. Or not in this, in the original. Obviously there's like more, you know, nice variety and like really polished animations and stuff, and he reloads the gun like a real person and shit like that. I don't care if it's real. I don't give a fuck. I want it to be like fun, right? I want it to sound like I just used my fucking shotgun to like detonate a fucking nuke. I want him throwing bullets in his fucking gun and flipping off the fucking like the thing he uses to shove the clip into the red 9. That shit's fun, right? You don't, and that, because you're constantly hearing this shit. You're constantly hearing the guns. You're constantly seeing reloads. I kind of wish they were a little bit like he does the red 9 thing. He shoves it in and then he just kind of gingerly throws it away. Like, that's not fucking fun, man. You could tell in all the animations and all that stuff in the original RE4, they wanted to be cool as fuck and sound really satisfying to use and stuff. I don't think they cared as much in this, and they cared a lot more about how real and all that kind of stuff it was. It's kind of odd, and that gets me into the tone of the whole game, which is something different. But anyways, the point is, the minute-to-minute shooting, when you're just sitting there shooting, I would say is more fun than the original. So what makes this one fun, right? That just sounds like a straight downgrade. It's parrying, it's the melee, it's the difficulty being much better, actually being low on resources and having to think on your feet, running around using your full movement, which is a nice thing. You know, oh, this guy's coming at me. I can like move out of his hatchet, which you really couldn't do in the original. You had to shoot it. Granted, they were much slower in the original, so you could shoot them. You don't have, I mean, you can just move in this one, so you don't have to shoot everything. So like, when you don't have, I feel like those options that are unique to this, in these more closed quarters areas, it just feels like a slightly less fun version of RE4. So it has to shine more on story and level design, and it sure as fuck doesn't shine on story, so it's a lot more on level design. So when it starts to, and this is where the point is, right? So when it starts to, I feel like, hit the island and parts of the castle where they're fusing stuff and they're changing stuff, and they don't quite work as well. They're just kind of doing it to do it, especially in the island. Those parts, I feel like they hurt a little bit more. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I just don't know why I just don't think they probably were thinking that hard about how, you know, crazy it sounded and stuff. Like, they probably wanted it to sound somewhat real, but still be kind of goofy. It's kind of like the story. The story is trying to be a little more serious, a little more emotional, but still give you all of these little references and head nods and stuff. And I'm not saying you have to pick one, but you should at least try to execute it in some way. It feels like it's trying to, get its cake and eat it too. I bring that up. I shouldn't always use that phrase, but that's kind of how it is. Like, it's goofy, but it's also different. And it's like, it doesn't have to be goofy like the original. But like, if you're gonna reuse some of these one-liners, make them like, why were they good in the original? The voice delivery is really good. They're in a more interesting context with like a full cutscene and stuff. If you're gonna use them again, use them as well as the original. You can be just as goofy, just do it as well. Mike was fine. I was fine with Krauser's change by the end of it. I think it was a different take on it. It was more of an Apocalypse Now, like, my man in the jungle, that kind of guy. And I thought that was fun because they actually executed it. His voice actor sold it. They stuck to it. It's fine. But I don't think the seriousness of the tone at times, where they're trying to like butter up Ashley a little bit, or Leon's way more serious. It just doesn't, like, Ada's like a bitch the whole time. I don't think a lot of that worked. I think it worked with Luis. I think his like little death and all that ended up being strong. But I think for the most part, a lot of those changes they made just don't pan out. I think the story is easily the fucking worst part of this game. That's a weird thing to say about RE4. Because I feel like RE4, it's like, you love the cutscenes, you love the joke about them, you like the charisma from everybody, but it's not a story game, right? But I think they give a lot of the spirit and the charm and stuff of the original. And I don't think they get replaced with anything good here. I would say it's a fucking straight downgrade overall. There's some upgrades, like we said, Luis and stuff. For the most part, they're just fucking outright, like, just worse. I think half of the acting on most of these fucking characters they just sound like nothing. It's nothing quotable. There's nothing interesting happening story-wise. You're not like into it. A lot of the dialogue's just whatever. There's barely any story, which worked in RE4 because it was just fucking one-liners most of the time, right? It just got the major beats across. In this, it's like, it just doesn't it's just not distilled down to the same level. I felt more about the story of fucking RE, like, 1 and or 2 remake and stuff, like, 2 remake, bro. Yeah, probably had a better fucking usage of its story and execution and stuff, right? I don't know. I think that was definitely the worst part, and I think on replay, I'm gonna be skipping some cutscenes, right? Where I would probably never skip a cutscene in the original RE4. I think in this one, I just skip a lot of them. I think the gameplay is where this one shines, and it's a shame, like, they kind of just missed really hard with the story in this, and the lines and the one-liners. I don't think making Leon like like, that's the thing, they always try to make him like, he kind of does some one-liners and he kind of tries to be goofy, but he doesn't do it that often. I think maybe they're trying to make him a bit more like RE2 remake Leon and kind of like push that into, the RE4 version, and I just don't think it quite hits very well. In RE2 remake, he's great. He's super, he's green, he's just like, he's like the good boy, he's like cursing, but it sounds like he's never cursed before in his life. It works perfect. He's like fresh. In this, it's like they're trying to have that character turn a little harder, which was kind of like what the original is, right? But like, it just doesn't work. Like, they try to give you these one-liners, they try to make him gruff. He just comes across as just kind of just some serious dude who sometimes talks to himself. And like, that's kind of it. Claire's in Code Veronica. The original RE4 before they changed the name. Yeah, and I agree, Weeb. So I almost kind of would prefer they just... That's kind of what I mean by they want their cake and they want to eat it too, is... Just don't give him one-liner. Make him serious, but then give him the heart of gold and he like warms up. The thing is, they'll still try to kind of like be goofy at times or give him these one-liners and he just doesn't... Maybe it's the delivery. He just doesn't send them well, man. Like, I feel nothing when he says it. there was a few I enjoyed. There was some where it was kind of like, oh, he's being kind of dorky, like he was an RE2 remake, but also serious. Like he's trying to be serious, but he's not that good at it, kind of thing. That stuff's fine, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like at times they were almost too shackled by the original, where they try to be goofy, but then they just don't sell it. It's still fun. I don't mean it's like bad. You guys gotta remember, when I'm talking about all this, I don't mean it's like damning, right? This isn't like Udawara Mono levels bad. It's just the original is like pure, just distilled, just quality in most ways. This just kind of misses the mark in some ways, and I'm kind of trying to break into why. Do I think the story not being as good in this is a huge problem? Not really. But why is RE4 timeless forever? And why is this maybe not? Well, these are some of the reasons. Yeah, and I think a lot of it's, like I said, delivery. I think maybe just the general dialogue. Maybe some more stuff with Ashley. Maybe just some more of him just actually saying some shit here and there with some people. Maybe some more of the one-liners just have some more emotion in them. I mean, I'm fine with like stoic, serious dudes too, but yeah, it just, my thing is, it's not really fun in its own right. It's not like fun, enjoyable cutscenes. You're like, oh yeah, you know, that was funny, or you know, that was just really entertaining. But it's not like dramatically interesting. I'm not feeling emotional. I'm not feeling any kind of like big arc or anything. Like that's my thing. Is like we can talk all we want about like just where Leon is and how he should be in this game, but what's the end result? I don't think I get almost anything out of any of the scenes or the dialogue in this. You don't have to be one-liners. You don't have to be dead fucking serious. But I do think you have to have like something quality, right? You're gonna like waste time with the dialogue and the cutscenes and shit. Like I said, I would skip the cutscenes in the later replays probably. I would never skip original RE4. And it doesn't really matter what kind of dialogue it is. I think it's just the execution for me. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I do think they're kind of shackled by it. And that's kind of what I mean, is they might be just kind of chained down by fan service a little bit. Like, he has to say the bingo line. So they're like, hey man, say the bingo line, but we also want you to be totally different, right? The original Leon would say the bingo line because the original Leon is a fucking, like, wisecracking, like, one-liner guy. Why would this guy say the bingo line? He doesn't really feel like the bingo line kind of guy, right? Like, I don't think they really sold it. But they have to have him say the bingo line, right? Because it's RE4. Like, I think that's kind of where it's goofy. They try to ride the line, and I think it works really well with the level design and the gameplay. Even though we were just talking about problems with the level design, I think they sell it a lot better in the gameplay than they do the rest of it. I think they sold it sometimes. Yeah, there's some I liked. I laughed when he said some shit. Straight up. There's some games I won't even feel the fucking emotion during, so it's not all bad. Like, but yeah, I don't think they hit it out of the park. The Gigante, he only appears at the Gigante fight. He does appear right after the Gigante fight, and you can like go up and Leon will say something to him, so that's new. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Ripper. I think my respect for this as a remake is still high. I think they did a good job. I think it's a really good game. And I think, despite me for the last few years pretty much saying this does not need to exist, I don't really get the point. But you know what? It's the team who did RE2 Remake. It might be good. I think they still did it for the most part. Well, it depends on what you mean by what people think by did it. There's people out there who are wanting this to like replace the first one. I don't think it does that. I think you could argue RE2 Remake maybe replaces the original in some ways. No, not even that. It's too different. It's a totally different time period. I shouldn't have even said that. That's totally fucking bullshit. I don't think anything really replaces anything else unless it's like a one-to-one with like fucking like just raw like quality of life improvements and like visual improvements and stuff. I think when you get into the RE2 remakes versus RE2 or RE4 versus RE4 remake, they're just like different things. Man. Gigante? I'm gonna say Gigante. How about that? How about that? I'm gonna say Lewis instead of Luis. But yeah, in terms of my respect for the game, like I said, we mentioned it earlier. Or I mentioned it earlier. I think I don't have as much respect for his RE2 remake because it's not as creative of a idea. It's not making as big of a jump in technology and game design. It feels more like a remix, but it's a damn fun remix, and it's based off of one of the better games out there, so it kind of works. The parry system, yeah, I guess we could get into like just straight gameplay upgrades and stuff. I liked the parry system. The parry system really depends on enemy aggression, resources. Well, this is better than RE3 Remake for sure. RE3 Remake was outsourced and definitely fucks over a lot of things and does not have the same respect to the spirit of the original. Everything that's good about RE3 Remake is built off the back of this team who did RE2 Remake and RE4 Remake. I wish they would just go make RE3 again. I mean, it was still fun. I still liked RE3 Remake, but I like the original game way better. And I like this better than both, probably. Yeah, probably. We could do a tier list. I was gonna wait until the rail shooters, but we could do a tier list for fun later. But yeah, the parry system. I think it really depends on level design and stuff. I mentioned that earlier. I think this game's at its best when enemies are... There's a lot of them. They're very aggressive. There's a lot of different areas for you to jump over and climb out of and interact with and use. In between using your, very carefully using your very limited resources. And I think when those moments are happening, the parry's awesome. I think people are coming at you, you're like, oh fuck, I'm over here, this guy's coming in too quick, or I can hear him, you turn around, you do a perfect parry. I like that there's perfect parries, because if you could just press space and always win, that would be kind of shit. But you do your perfect parries, you can counter with the melee. I think those work out really well in heavy situations. But I think when you're playing really good, you don't parry. It never pops up. I think it's more of an issue when it comes to integration with, unless it's bosses. I think it's more of a thing with the right level design. And it's part of the reason I think I like the village the best. You're using it a lot. You're parrying, you're knocking guys down, you're choosing to execute them with the limited knife you have left, or just let them go if you can reach them while you're dodging all these other guys. In later areas, I'm just shooting them down, and the shooting's not as fun as RE4. It controls better, but it's not, the feedback and the reactions aren't as good. So, what would I say, like a final thought on if the parry was well implemented? I think it is just as a tool. It's something I'd like to see shine a little bit more, though. I think it's cool that, like, there's bosses that use them. Krauser, Vertigo. I think that's a cool thing. It's a neat way to make it more than just running. I think that's why the fucking Sadler fight was kind of shit in some ways, is because it is just a lot of running with wacky hitboxes and shit. I would say it was fine. I think it's the one thing that makes this really stand out gameplay wise in a very positive way from the original. It makes it different enough. Because it's at the cost of a lot, right? On hardcore mode, you have to shoot a guy 4 times in the fucking leg with a fully upgraded gun to like get him to stagger. You have to shoot him like twice in the head to get him to stagger. It doesn't last as long. It's a lot, and a lot of that is because of the parry, right? Because of the knife. If you could always stagger every guy and shoot him and stop him before everything, you would never really need a parry. Because if you were getting at melee range in RE4, the original, you're fucked. You're taking a hit. Like, that's the whole point, right? You're playing keep away. So it was more about making quick shots in this. It's more about, you know, that's still a thing, but now you have the parry. But like, if they made it like the original RE4 where they never staggered, you would never get to use it. So in a way, it is pretty well implemented because they make it a lot hard, like easier for enemies to get to you. But in another way, it's kind of at the cost of sometimes the shooting feeling a little spongier and stuff like that. That's why I think it's at its best when you're playing by the seat of your pants and just flying around and using whatever you can, right? The original RE4 is more of like a test of aim and placement, knowing when to move and when not to and stuff like that, where this is kind of you just... It's definitely more of a... can be more of a thriller at times. Oh, I would say it is. It's like, yeah, it's like you don't want the game to be just all melee and shit. I think it's a cool thing. I think it was implemented, yeah, fine. I think it was good. I think it's at the cost of other things. But I like the idea of it. In terms of like resources and stuff though, the durability on knives and all that, I think you stop thinking about that pretty quick. The thing is, like, when you're in the village, right, you don't have much durability on your knife, you don't have many backup knives, but when you get to the castle, you don't need to use your knife all that much. There's not many chances to execute people because they usually get back up almost immediately. It's more close quarters, so it's more about shooting a lot of the time compared to the village. And so by the time you get to the point where you might need to use the knife a little more, which is in some of the open areas in the castle and a little bit more on the island, you kind of already got fully upgraded knives, so the durability doesn't matter that much. And you get at that point good enough where you don't need to really ever get in that many situations to use the knife. The thing about the original RE4 knife is you'd at least have a reason to use it. It would save you resources. So the parry, I don't know if it's a tool you would just use to use. It's definitely more of a reaction thing, which is why I say it depends a lot on the difficulty. Like, yeah, you could get the infinite knife and run around and do a whole playthrough, but like, that's different, right? That's doing like a specialty playthrough with the intent of making it like very different than what the intended experience is. Anyways, I hope that answered that question. That was a little bit more. I think it's a complicated thing because that's the biggest thing chance they took on the gameplay. That's probably why it was even brought up as a question. I mean, nobody's asking about what else did they change in the gameplay. I guess full movement. I think the full movement was cool. I think that was used actually pretty well. So like I said, enemies are much faster in this. Projectiles are much faster. The enemies take more hits. They're fucking way more aggressive. And a lot of that's to make, like I said, parry work. You know, hatchets are gonna fly at you like fucking 3 times the speed of the original game. So you're not gonna shoot them down as much because they want you to use the parry, or you can just move to the left or the right real quick. Enemies are much more accurate too because you can run around like that. Sometimes to a goofy extent like the dynamite people, but it's fine. So I think those parts are cool where you actually use movement to dodge through people. There's not that many hitboxes that feel like they auto, you know, gravitate to you and just grab you. There's a lot, you'll see it in the village a lot. That's why the village is still one of the best things. You'll be like running through like 20 guys or whatever, and you're like just barely squeezing past them. You know, and in a way that you could only really do with full 3D, like 360 movement. Tank controls, you could maybe pull it off, but like there's some very tight corners you'll you know, in very hairy situations where you'll, you know, auto jump over some stuff or just slide right past a guy or react to something that's they're shooting at you just like, you know, while you're aiming and stuff. And I think they played that out pretty well. They give you just enough time and they make it feel cool, and it feels like a nice little Strategic edition. It's a weird thing to talk about, you know, but tank controls is how the original kind of works. There's still 90-degree turns and flip, all that shit, but it's a lot more about shooting in the original in that context. So yeah, I think overall, like I said, I think the shooting at times feels less impactful, and sometimes it's more focused on it. Depending on the level design, so I think it can kind of be less fun when you are just shooting in this, despite having like mouse aim and shit. But I think when it's a good mix of shooting and dudes getting on you, when it's at its best. Definitely a difficulty level design thing. Overall though, I think it was fun. I definitely think this game's best features gameplay and its rewards and upgrades and loot loop, which is one of the things that makes RE4 so replayable and so fun. And the mastery, it's like, oh, I know where this is and I know where this is and we can talk about it. And you know, oh, what do you like to use? You know, all the guns are viable in the RE4. I assume they all are in this too, for the most part. You know, oh, do you want to? Oh, I like to do that. You know, I like the handgun. It's got the crit. You know, I like the Red 9 because it's got power. And some people are like, you know, I'm all about the Punisher, right? I think those kinds of things where you have depth and personality you can throw on the run is important. So making sure the gameplay is actually like receptive to some of that. Like, oh, you can, did you know that and in this game, when enemies come to grab you, you can just crouch, dodge it. They don't tell you that, but you can do that. So, and they don't have to, because the thing is, god damn. Usually there's like a warning to tell you to crouch, but you can still crouch and like hitbox a lot of stuff. So I like that kind of stuff, and that makes it really valuable for replays and adds a lot of depth. This tries to make challenge too, to let you use some of that, but it's not like overly hard. I think that's cool. So, definitely think they handled that well. The gameplay is solid. Like I said, there's some weird changes, but I don't think it's an overall negative thing, and I think there's a lot of positives about it. It's fun in its own right. Like, I could see myself replaying this one a few times for sure. Would I replay it as much as the game I've replayed the most of any game? I mean, RE4 is probably not the game I've replayed the most, but it's like top 5 for sure. So I don't know about that. I don't know if it's quite that timeless. Like I said, I think some of the levels, some of how the shooting feels, what's generally, it might not be a longer campaign, and we'll see. The joyless cutscenes and stuff like that. I think a little, like some of that might hurt in the long run, but in terms of just the playthrough, it's real good. Most games I don't want to replay at all, or I'll only replay them like once, right? So I think that's something to be said about this. It's a big focus though too, right? There's a lot of upgrades, a lot of things you only get on another playthrough. A lot of things you just can't even get on the first run in the shop that you're looking at. Different difficulties and stuff like that. The original is similar in that fashion. I like that those kinds of goals are there to kind of keep you interested and jacked in a little bit. Because there's some games where it's like, well, I could replay it because it's fun, but like if there's no systems in play there to make you want to replay it or to work towards or any depth to explore, you're just replaying it for that initial experience, which is fine. But those are the kind of games that nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, these are really replayable, and I'll come back right away and do this. I think this game has good replayability, I guess, which is an important part of the original. I think there's a lot of reasons that's the case. Like I said, it's gameplay, it's the challenges, it's the rewards and upgrade system, how satisfying the gunplay feels. And I would say this one's, like I said, in the long term, it's probably going to be less replayable because I think there is little issues with how the guns feel. I think there's a little bit of weird pacing issues in some new fillery areas. I don't think the cutscenes, there's almost any joy or any emotion in those. So that's the big difference, right? Like when if you don't have, if the experience isn't always like at its best, right? I mean, it means you're not gonna play it as often. I would still replay it in general. It's just more when we're comparing it to RE4. That's the weird thing, man. It's an interesting topic. That's the weird thing, is like about remaking a game that's already really fucking good. Is like when we compare them, it's going to be very granular, and it's going to be like this totally different scale. Like, I'm talking about, oh yeah, I would only replay this one like 10 times instead of 100 times, you know, like, it's still good, right? Like, it's just a weird metric or something, right? But I mean, those little choices they made and little ways they execute the quality is, I mean, they're there. They thought about them. They put bazillions of hours into it, and they execute it in a certain way, and that's kind of, I feel like, what the cut between like an amazing game and a really good game. I mean, some people would probably just stop at, yeah, they're both really good, but I mean, there's reasons they are and reasons they're different. I think it's cool to explore them. Anyways, what else was there? I mean, visually the game looks really good. I think they captured the idea of all the areas just perfectly. I mean, I don't have any big issues with the visual tone of it. I think there's a few spots that are maybe, you know, I think honestly the village at night was spookier in the original game. It was a little darker. The dog's introduction and all that against like the lightning and all that is a little bit, the demon dogs is a bit better than in this, where they're kind of like this more goofy demon thing that just comes up and bites you. In the original, their faces were exploding, and maybe they thought that was too much. So there's things like that that I don't think work quite as well. But really, though, for the most part, it's good. I mean, I guess you'd say it's an improvement, right? I mean, of course, visually, you hope that it's a fucking improvement. I mean, I think the clarity of the enemies and all that, and where everything is in the environment is fine. The yellow gunk is a little goofy. And I do think for the most part, this game definitely holds your hand a little bit more. It's not as bad as anything you see nowadays, really, but there's not as many hidden treasures, which this is also a replay value thing. This is important for replay value. I forgot to talk about that. In the original, there's hidden treasures fucking everywhere. There's little things you can shoot that are glinting in little areas you can only see when you turn around and shoot them. A lot of stuff that's not marked on the map. There's, to be fair, not that many contextual treasures, and they did put that in this, like where you have to shoot the thing above the well, lower the platform so that the pendant can drop on it. Stuff. I wish they would have done more of that. I was really excited for more of that, like way harder secrets that are hidden around, and you have to do cool little like maybe gun puzzles with. But this game, they show you everything on the map for the most part. And there's not that many secret treasures that aren't on the map. It is mostly, it's not hard to find everything. There's almost nothing to shoot to like knock down treasures like in the original. It's mostly just little like cages in this one. I think that's them trying to hold your hand a little bit. I would say that's a downgrade, and that hurts replay value a bit. Discovering all these treasures over time, finding like the optimal, you know, little routes and to maximize your money. That was really cool. I think that was important, and it kind of respected your ability as like a gamer to like discover stuff. This game still has secrets. You know, most people probably aren't going to get everything, but they're not super well hidden, and they don't require you to do any cool little shots or think at all. It's mostly just just very handholdy. Everything you can shoot down's in like a little fucking cage. I think that's a little lame. It makes everything feel the same or not really that special. There's no like nothing hiding in like an eye. You don't take down any paintings like in the original and find like stacks of gold behind them. I think they dropped the ball on that. I kind of forgot about that. That's just a straight downgrade in this game. And I think that's the handholdiness. Obviously, the yellow stuff on shit. I get the necessity. It's a very detailed game. You have to be able to see what you can interact with and what you can't. But it does it does hurt you, the player's ability to find and discover things on their own. That's a feeling and that's a reward. That's a whole process when you're playing a game, right? When you remove some of those elements, and I just know exactly what I go do, it hurts a little bit. The original game was pretty obvious what you could mess with. They all stood out really hard in the environment, but it didn't feel like they were being like pandered to or something. At this point, they took out the broken butterfly from the backtrack. Yeah, I saw when the broken butterfly was in the shop and on sale. There was no way. I mean, they did put the red 9 in the lake, which was cool. Too bad it takes a while to get the stock, but it didn't take that long. I guess it's another like 2 hours. Yeah, I definitely think the treasure finding is worse, and I think that's a big part of replayability. I think it's fine on the first run. You don't feel terribly clever. You don't feel like you like found a secret, right? Like in the original, you're shooting like nests that blend in better. Or you're shooting little things that are, you know, not visible until you shoot the lights out. There's a bunch of spots in the village where you shoot the lights out, and then you see all these little glints in the ceiling, and you have to shoot them, and you get the loot from them, and just fun little things. It makes just running around and exploring also a fun time to test a different skill. You know, that of your exploration, or you know, how you're creative you are with messing with the context and the environment. And it's like a 20-year-old game. They could have done so much more in this one. They didn't have to make it balls hard, but they could have done so much clever stuff with the treasure. They just didn't do shit, man. They just downgraded it. They made it more simple. So I would say on that aspect, while the gameplay has more depth, I would say, I think the exploration has way less depth. So that sucks. For sure. And I feel like some of that's to appeal to the masses, if you will. Right? We don't want to make it too hard to find all this shit. Everybody's got to, you know, if you want to find it, everybody's got to find it, right? And I mean, I'll watch a bunch of people and they miss fucking every treasure. So maybe they're right. Maybe they're fucking right, man. I don't know, but most people consider RE4 one of the better games made. So it's like, I mean, were they doing it wrong? Were they doing it wrong in having like a bunch of spindles be kind of like little hidden treasures? It doesn't have to be much. It could just be little treasures here and there, right? Like they gave you the map in the original game too. They gave you the ability to see blue metals. You'll see people bitch about that in this game. They let you see the blue metals and the treasures on the map. They let you see them on the first game too. What are you, fucking stupid? Like, like that was always in, but there was a bunch of other hidden secrets on top of that. Like that's different now. I think those are way easier, to the point of just being brain dead. As long as you're just like kind of looking, I mean, you'll find them. So you just have to completely ignore areas. And that's a cool thing. That's a neat thing about any of these old games, like your OOTs and all that. There's just always like some little thing you didn't know about the game, right? Some little hidden thing that's just there for the sake of it, or it's just something they just wanted to put there for fun. I mean, that's part of what Soul is, I guess. When people talk about Soul, you know, it's why stuff like OT randos and all that, and a lot of speedruns are interesting. There's just all this extra depth that's just there, these little details, and that's why RE4 and the original Resident Evils and stuff are a lot of fun to replay. Is there's a lot of little things to learn, a lot of little things that are hidden. I think they're way too worried that everybody gets like the full thing on the first run or something, or there's no little hidden secrets for you to discover, and that kind of sucks. I think they but not completely. I do think there are things in this that they do that are cool though. Godo was talking about it. They might be glitches though, where you can skip the AA gun. You can skip parts of the scene with the ball. What am I thinking of? Where you hit the ball on the wall by using grenades. There's a lot of areas where you can shoot locks on doors through cracks that they easily could have gotten rid of, but they left in. So they do cool stuff when it comes to progression like that. Or if you watch them, be like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna do that in my next run, right?" And that's kind of how the original was with treasure and shit. But they do that in this with some of the main progression. But then they just drop the ball on the treasure side. So that's kind of weird. That kind of sucks. You get the idea. I'm going on that tangent for a while. It was just something important. Should have been fucking. Should have spent the days in between playing this writing note. And I wouldn't be just jumping and going on tangents. I think music definitely affects the atmosphere and stuff too. I think when the game's really going, a lot of the sound design, and that's a good thing. I think a lot of the sound design is really good. I think, the way, like in the village, the canyon, you're hearing the wind coming in, you're seeing all the little wind bits flying around. You can hear these, like, in the holdout in the cabin. There's another, I feel like the village is still the best. Everybody's coming in the cabin, and you can hear them starting to, like, chant outside. Like, oh, this crazy religious cult, they're coming in, they're all trying to get me. So, like, the sound design's really good when it's trying to go crazy. They pay homage to the original very well. If there's a sound effect that worked in the original, they'll use it again, or they'll kind of use it again. Some of the door openings, stuff like regenerators, stuff like that. A lot of that will be the same noises. They'll try to incorporate the songs into the new versions of the songs. I don't think all the songs hit very well, but I do think when they do hit, they're pretty nice. Like I said, a lot of those high octane moments. The very first song in the village holdout is really cool. It sounds really fucking just dirty and crazy, and I wish there was a way we could listen to the music here in these menus. The Gigante song, they're putting in like things I would usually like attribute to more like maybe like Egyptian music into like some of his like stuff, and if Egyptian music, I mean, I'm trying to think of the type of music. You're just hearing things you like, instrumentation stuff you wouldn't really expect. And they make it work a lot of the time. It'll definitely like own like an atmosphere, like a tone or something. And then sometimes there's just not really a whole lot of sound. Like the infiltration song didn't really exist in this. You didn't get that same feeling that like, oh yeah, I'm going into the next big cool thing. You could just kind of hear little bits of it. They liked doing that a lot. I wouldn't say it's a cop-out, but it felt like they were trying to have these little moments where you could kind of just hear a little bit of the music, but it's not really, because they didn't want to make it into the whole thing, but they didn't want to just reuse the music again. And those sucked a little bit. Well, they didn't suck, but they don't have any impact, really. And then there's a few where it's a little too bombastic. Fits fine with Mike, because it was already bombastic, this kind of march sound to it. But like with Sadler, shit like that. Some of the other fights, even Krauser had a few bits. It'll be like a little too much. It'll draw attention to itself in a way that's not like good. But that might just be personal. You know, I mean, they got, I said it earlier, like, oh, you got the whole choir. Guess we might as well use them, right? So like, there's just times where it's like they're just going a little too apeshit. It has that aspect of a lot of remakes and remasters and stuff where they'll kind of overcook the music at times. Like it's the, you know, like the Trails Evolution songs, right? It's the original one, but with more shit going on. It's like, that doesn't quite always work. Music is more timeless than almost anything in a game. So in that aspect, it was very situational. I think early on in the game it really worked. El Lago, stuff like that, they all really work. I think as you go, they get a little bit more goofy and they go a little over the top. I think it might have just been the tone they were kind of going for with the island. But I don't think it was a problem overall. I think the sound design's really good in general, outside the guns. I think all the extra shit the enemies say, they kept some of them. They kept the way they said a lot of them. The way the weapons sound when they're coming at you. You can tell that there's a crossbow coming. You can tell if there's dynamite coming. It's all very readable. You can pick it all out well. It also sounds nice. All that's good. But your own guns kind of suck. We talked about the voice acting. Well, not good. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's very just meh. Nobody delivers a line in a way that's any fun. We don't need to go back into it again. What else? That's a good thing. I don't know. It's a good thing. I'm down to chit chat about stuff. I don't want to keep jumping to different topics. I'd rather leave it open for people to discuss. I don't know if anybody cares about a lot of this stuff I'm talking about. I mean, I don't care if you do. But if you do care, and you want to talk about it, feel free. If you don't want to hear it, get the hell out of here. What else is there in this? And this one's a very important game to me, I guess. The original is. What was this one's? A lot more to say than usual. I definitely. Oh, okay. Here's a few things. These are some negatives. Content parody. I think this game should have released with the Ada stuff and Mercenaries right away. I don't know why Mercenaries is DLC a week later. I imagine it's some kind of ploy to keep longer running interest in the game. They do this with a lot of their releases where they'll just put out something a week or two later. They do it with Monster Hunter, they do it with Resident Evil. Sure sucks if you just want to play it right off the disc, I guess, man. You know, whatever, I guess. I mean, most people are connected to the internet nowadays. Ada stuff being saved for DLC when this is already a full price game is like, I think if you're going to remake a game like this, while that is a nice place you can cut clean off of this and then put it into DLC later, I think it's a little dirty. I think that was something that was always just kind of a part of it once you got to the PS2 and the Wii game. It wasn't in the original, the GameCube. Neither of them were, I don't think. Could be wrong. One of those, at least one of them's not. That was stuff they added in later. It's a problem with the times more than just this game, but I'm not gonna give the game any like leeway just because other games suck about it too, right? I mean that's like bending over double backwards, man. Your ass super fucked. So I think that kind of sucks. I wish that everything was just there. I think when you're remaking a game, right, when most of the ideas and the blueprint's already there, you should at least be dolling up everything and improving what's there at least. If you want to get rid of some stuff because you think it just doesn't fit, you've got better ideas, by all means. But just cutting out a whole campaign or two? What? Like, that's not a new idea, that's just, we want more money. So, I don't know, they want DLC. It makes probably a lot of money because the amount of work that goes into DLC for the price it costs is usually like very different. The base. That sucks. I also think the DLC for this game in general is bullshit. I think it really sucks. There's like $25 in DLC. It has so many outfits, so many accessories. They even have DLC that gives you like a lot of treasure in the game. I watched somebody play. They thought they had the treasure map already. They haven't, while I've watched, which is halfway through the castle, they haven't discovered that the treasure map they gave them in the DLC is not the full treasure map. They have no fucking idea. That's how much treasure it gives. That nobody, like some of these people haven't even caught on. Like, this DLC gives a lot of treasure. I mean, a lot of late game treasure. 4 slot stuff. Yeah. I think they're just kind of dumb. But yeah. I think the problem is the DLC says it's the expanded treasure map. So you assume you've already got the treasure map. And because there's enough treasure on the DLC, you might not figure out that it's not. You could still buy the treasure maps. I mean, it's kind of also, I mean, it might kind of be dumb on you to do it, but like, hey, whatever. Point is, the DLC is so extensively giving you more treasure, which makes the difficulties on New Game way easier. I mean, you're getting a 4-slot necklace as your first thing. Come on. So, you're getting spinels. You're getting charm rolls. You're getting all sorts of stuff. I think that's fucking bullshit, dude. That fucks with the balance. It fucks with how valuable replays are. If you don't buy these DLC and stuff, it's pretty much, I mean, it's kind of pay to win in a way, right? It's more roundabout, but that's just kind of bullshit, man. I think that's really bad. Pretty bad on Capcom's part. They usually don't go that bad. But that's pretty shit, especially for a remake, right? It's bad in its own right, but for a fucking remake on top of that, you're gonna fuck with, like, that core experience, man. When the original game had like a full core thing going on. Kind of bullshit. The ADA thing, it's like, I don't like, but I you know, whatever. But yeah, the treasure stuff. Oh, and the cosmetic. That fucks with replay value too. When 80% of your fucking cosmetics are like, are your extensive cosmetics, like the punk Ashley and the evil, you know, Leon or the hero Leon and stuff are like DLC. Well, that means there's less stuff for me to find and explore. If I could unlock those right now, just for fun, just to run around it, I'd probably go do some. I mean, that was fun in all of the Resident Evil games, right? Oh, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get this out for Jill, or I'm gonna get this out for Leon or something in RE4, and it's like you get that still. But when you see a lot of cool shit or more skins than are in the game and DLC, it doesn't feel quite as good. Because you're like, oh, I got everything. No, you didn't. Most of it's in DLC. That sucks. The feeling of completionism and unlocking shit, I feel like it's lessened a little bit. And yeah, that's not. And obviously the balance issues with giving out all that treasure is bullshit. You also get like a shotgun and multiple different weapons and pistols and stuff. That's pretty. Briefcases. I mean, 2 of the briefcases are DLC. I have one for the pre-order. I also have a charm, so you can't even get all the charms. What if you're like, oh, 30% extra handgun ammo? I love handgun ammo. I want to customize my whole setup to always have the handgun ammo. Didn't pre-order it? Fuck you. Oh, I want Peseta. I want more money for my run. Didn't pre-order it? Fuck you. It's really bad. If that stuff was gettable early with DLC, sure. But you can still earn it in game somehow? Fine. But it sucks that most of... I mean, there's only like 5 attaché cases, isn't there? And like half of them are DLC. So I think that sucks. I don't like the DLC practices. I think they're pretty bad. And only hurt the game. They make them a lot of money, though. Oh, I guess we could talk about that, too. The new inventory. Resource management and stuff like that. I think the resources worked really well for the difficulty. Oh, there's actual resources in the game too. The new crafting ammo situation I think is cool. I think when the game's really difficult, it's really nice because you can get tactical. You're like, oh, this part may be coming, or this part should be coming if you're replaying it. Or if it's your first time playing, but you played the original, so you're like, I'm gonna get a grenade here, right? I'm gonna get a flash grenade. I need to have one of those on me. So you could always plan to have something. There's strategy, there's depth to it. Yeah, I would agree. Crafting's good in this. I think it's fine. I think they made the inventory bigger so that you had more of these things. You're always using them instead of hoarding them. You can't store things if they're not weapons, which is really good, other than first aids. That makes you want to use them. You're going to need to use them anyways, but you're not going to hoard like a freak. And if you are, you can just sell. So you won't have an inventory full of shit. You can just pull out whenever you want. It's more of a question if you want to get rid of it or keep it. I think those decisions are still there, which are good because they were in the original game. Am I going to sell my first aids or am I going to use them? Because the game's harder, those are a bit heavier decisions, but they're more fun. I think outright, the charm stuff is cool. It adds a bit more flavor, a bit more of replay value because you can't get all the charms in your first run. They are cheap, but you need to buy a lot of them to get everything. The reason they took out incinerators is due to enemies being more mobile. Yeah, I think that too. Fire didn't really do a lot in this, and I guess there was enough enemies with Molotovs, but they gave you 2 different types of grenades, so it's fine. Yeah, well, true. They're better at sticking you in the ass. They use lube instead of just raw dogging it with their chode. So. But I'd agree. I would agree. They do it. They do price it better. But I honestly think there's too much of it's important to the game in terms of cosmetic, replay value, and balance. Yeah. At least not Atlas. Locking famous demons behind $30 DLC. Now that's the good stuff. But yeah, I think overall the charm system, the briefcase customization, resources, I think all of the new management stuff is good. I think it adds, like I said, it adds replay value to unlock some of this stuff. Although you can't unlock that many because a lot of them are DLC. It makes it so you can make choices for replays where you know what you've got or know what you need, you can make it. Or if you just happen to like certain things, you can just do more of that. Yeah, it helps play with the adaptive stuff. I think it's good. Yeah, I think all the resources, I would call a lot of that upgrades. I like the extra customization. And for that matter, getting charms and stuff, the shooting gallery, I think was sick. I love the shooting gallery. It was really good. The originals was like whatever. It was a nice way to get some money. This was sick. They went way harder. It looked way more flashy. It made you test all the different weapons and played into the strengths of those weapons. It wasn't just, oh, I'm gonna do the shooting gallery. Here's my TMP. And like, that's pretty much all I'm gonna use, right? Like, I mean, in this, you needed to use everything. They played with piercing, they played with spread, they played with accuracy, they played with speed, just wave clear, TMPs and stuff. It was good. They played into the utility of the different weapons, and that's a lot of what makes the combat special, and they got the idea with that in the shooting gallery. It sure sucks that I got like 6 black bass, so I didn't really get to see the variety of charms, but collecting them all would definitely be replay value. Sucks you can save scum it, but whatever. Yeah, Atlas is really bad with DLC. They're really bad with their new versions of games nowadays too. In P3P, SMT3 had some pricing issues. The DLC with like soul hackers and every other SMT and stuff, not good. But yeah, that's the thing, is it makes a game like this look not as bad because there's worse out there. But that, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like those movies, those new Halloween movies where they joke about, oh, he only killed. Those movies suck now too, the new ones. I mean, I liked the first new. I like the original Halloween a lot, but or they joke around. I mean, this is like anything, right? You know, oh, he only killed 1 or 2 people instead of like 15 people, right? Like, it's like that kind of thing. Like, that's a real thing though. It's like, there's like a degree of like evil you get used to in video game practices. It was horse armor, and now you got Atlas, and you got, you know, $15 million in train DLC and stuff. It's still bad. I just think it makes the pill easier to swallow, but you're still swallowing the pill. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna be fucked, dude. Fuck. I want 4 and 4A on PC to be sick. But there's no way they're gonna redo the visuals for that from 3DS. It's just gonna be like AI upscaled. If they did a really good job, that'd be cool, dude. I'd love to watch somebody play that. I don't know if I played through it myself unless it was like significantly different like this. I'm not interested in just remasters unless it's something really old. I need it to be more of a reimagining or something that deserves like a full remake. That's why the Capcom ones are the ones I still am fine with. Like, yes, I respect this less than RE2 Remake as a remake, but it still is worth its own existence, right? A lot of these are not. And I think price is a big deal. I think if you're not going to do a whole lot and you're going to AI upscale your game, that sucks because it deserves more. But yeah, make sure they're at least priced fine. SMT3 being like almost full price was ridiculous. Dead Space being $70? Suck my ass. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for a game that's like 80% or more the same. It's just, it's bullshit. It's crazy people are like fine with it. I mean, it's fine if you just like the game, you like the product, but I think you can like something and still be critical of the price point. That's my thing, is like people are like all in or all against on some of this shit. I'm like, no, you can be both. I can talk shit about this game and still really like it. It's possible. That's a very complicated mental process, but it's actually possible to be negative and positive on something. Hard on something you like. Like, everybody wants us to like replace RE4 or something. I'm just like, what? How about we just talk about the game? And like this bizarro like new good, old bad thing we have to be doing. It's like, I mean, not everybody feels that way, but I'll see people do that. It's like, you're just gumming up the fucking conversation, dude. Like, you suck. like it's an interesting conversation to have, but as a goal, it's weird. Like, why? Doesn't need to be an end goal. Like, I think you should play RE2 and RE2 Remake. I think you should play RE4 and RE4 Remake. And I think they play into that really well in these, because they are so different. They have the same spirit, but they're very different packages. I don't think you just play RE2 Remake. I think you also play the original. Because it's just as fun. In a different way, right? I mean, not just as fun. I kind of like the Remake better, but... different story. Anyways, what else? There's so much to talk about. We talked about handholdiness, but there's still depth and combat and hidden stuff. Not quite as good. Visuals, sound design, we got into all that shit. DLC practices are really bad. There's still a lot of unlockables though. I mean, they did better on that than the original. I mean, sure, there's a lot of like stuff to wear. Most of it's accessories that probably already existed. Probably pretty easy to set up, but it's cool.
You think I'm gonna give up that easy? You think I'm gonna give up that easy?
I wonder if he has all the insane, crazy reloads that he does in the original, where he's like throwing his hat up in the air and shit. Cutscenes and stuff.
You think I'm gonna give up that easy?
It's cool. Where's Hunnigan? He does have some, that's good. I think you need to at least have that kind of stuff.
Hunnigan here, what's your sit rep?
Hunnigan was just...
Here, what's your sit rep?
She looked good, but she had less... nobody has any presence in this fucking game, dude. Sadler, Hunnigan. I think Hunnigan just feels kind of like a generic, like, handler, like a military handler. Or Hunnigan in RE4, she was like much more like professional and serious, and they would actually speak to each other using their fucking names a lot of the time, and they'd have like some of that final dialogue and stuff. She was supposed to be more like serious, no bullshit, but then like that was kind of fun because he'd kind of like dig in a little bit here and there, and it kind of like fleshed her out a little. As a character who doesn't get much lines. Hunnigan in this is like, look, I mean, she looks like Hunnigan, she looks fine, but like, I just don't do anything. I thought that this would have been a good time to like do a little bit more with Hunnigan. That's kind of my thing. Yeah, she's like so forgettable. I mean, most people are. So, like I said, Sadler is boring. I mean, a lot of them are just boring. Like I said, if this was the first game in, you know, all of Resident Evil, like a lot of these characters you wouldn't probably give a shit about. A lot of them are still memorable because of the original. Kind of like an issue. Like the Merchant. The Merchant might be. People might care about him a bit. Kind of like with the Duke. I think he'd be on the Duke's level. Where the Duke's kind of fun. And people might be like, hey, this Merchant guy, he's kind of wacky too, huh? But I think they went overboard with the Merchant. I think his voice actor's close. But I think they ham up the three-head, the British, oi mate kind of shit, a little too much. They just has a lot more jokes and quirky dialogue. I think a lot of what makes him and stuff like, you know, Mike, I think Mike's good in this, but what makes a lot of these guys work is that they kind of have a little bit of mystery, and it's almost a little bit of like, they just have some really solid but very few lines and ways that they do things that are executed well, and then you kind of just fill in the blank on your own at times. I think when you oversell it, it's the same way, like, don't fucking write in memes for your own games. Like the Master of Unlocking and shit. That's a good way to lose all the charm. They did it in this, they did the Master of Unlocking thing, and I'm just like, that's not how it works, man. Yeah, just, so when you oversell, I feel like stuff like the Merchant, he has more jokes, he's more quirky, he just says more. It's like, in his own right, he's fine, but it's not quite as timeless or as fun, right? I think a lot of it's delivery. I think most of what really fucking kills this game's dialogue and story is just the delivery. Because everybody's talking about the Merchant, everybody's talking about Krauser lines, you know, Leon lines, Is it that he says, "Where's everyone going, bingo"? Is it just that? Or is it that the way he says it's good? I think it's a lot of it the way he says it. Like there's some like your right hand comes off that is funny in its own right because it's just goofy. But man, yeah, it's crazy that a game like 20 years ago has got more interesting voice acting. Anyways, point is, yeah, I think they oversell the merchant a little bit. He's still fine. I don't think he's fucked. He's good enough. I wasn't like dying when I was hearing him. I think there's ones like Luis that change a lot. He's not quite as suave. And because Leon's way more serious, they don't play off each other as well. But I think Luis, in the end, ends up being pretty solid. They make it work. It's a change that they actually sell. I think that's the biggest thing. Is they make changes in this, and they don't always sell. They're just kind of changes. I think those hurt more in the story, and they hurt in a couple levels like the island. But for the most part, those changes that are just there, they sell them well. It was like the same with RE2 Remake. They have a purpose, they have a vision, and they execute, and it's good. There's a lot of remakes you'll play that just change shit to change. It's like what I was talking about, overbaked music and remakes. They're just there to be different. Okay, that's never going to be as interesting as somebody who had the vision from the ground up or something. Well, I mean, it could technically be different. It depends on if it was good in the first place. I think that's where I get off with some of it. Maybe that's a really nuanced fucking goofy take. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to me, but I don't know if I explained it. It's cool though that they show the village after you beat it like the original. I did like that too, that they showed all of the Plagas people going apeshit after you beat them. I think this game could be really fun in Mercenaries, man. I mentioned that earlier. I think this game's at its best when it's just frantic and crazy. I think this combat would work really well for us, because that's what Mercenaries is, right? It's just apeshit. We just gotta go. We got limited stuff. Let's make it work. I think that would be cool. I'm guessing Wesker will be playable. I'll have to come back and do some Mercenaries when we get a chance. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit more Wesker, man. Yeah, and Honk. Placid, Luis, sex mod. Well, we're gonna have Wesker sex mods today. I mean, there's already Wesker sex mods, I think, for 5. I don't know. I've installed very few mods in my many years. I mean, I have installed a lot of mods, I suppose. Mostly just to get things even working, right? I do not know on a lot of these. I think that'd be cool. I wish it was already out. But yeah. I mean, at least it'll be free. Maybe they do that just to make the package seem better. Whoa, dude, they're releasing a whole mode for free. It's like, it's done. It's already part of the base game. They just fucking staggered it for some fucking marketing scheme or some shit, man. You think that week or two they took? I mean, what are they just made it from the ground up, right? Like in 2 weeks? Like, no, it's in here. It's probably already in the fucking game. Why we know? At least the chickens are alive. But anyways, yeah, fun stuff. Is there anything else specific we want to talk about? Anything you guys want to talk about? We've been talking about it for a while now. I'm sure lost the interest of most people, but there's a lot to say. There's a lot to dig into. We can talk about this all day, but I feel like I'm just rambling. Thank you guys for actually saying something. Appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know if there's much else. There's a lot to dig into here. There's always that part of you that's like maybe fighting the idea of having the industry just be all remakes. I don't think that's a good thing. I think there's good things that come out of it. There's people who have ideas like with RE2 Remake and stuff and this, and a skill and execution where they can make it work. I don't think the idea of remakes inherently are bad. But I do think they come from a place of how corporate video games maybe have gotten, how low risk they've gotten in the big AAA world. Obviously indies are different, but and they stem from that, and that's a world of much less creativity that cares a lot less about where games can go and how the games can be. And I think remakes are that they're waving that banner, right, of stagnation, of always trying to care more about good things in the past, and you know, oh, stuff now sucks, or we don't want to take any chances, you know, this is a good, you know, you just feel the marketing, you feel the money. I mean, money is obviously important, obviously. I mean, no shit. But I think when you remove, when that becomes more important than anything, you get all these like live service games, you're getting all these like soulless husks of these Western games coming out that are just fucking nothing, right? Your Horizons and shit. Your obviously your really bad ones like your Marvels, Avengers, and fucking your Forsakens. That's probably one of your best examples. That's a Western themed one. I mean, it's made by Square, but same idea. Just these fucking just nothing games, right? That maybe in their own right could maybe be okay if they're the only ones of them like that existed or something, but they're a sign of focus tested, mass appeal, low risk endeavors. Remakes are the perfect way to play off of that. It's already something that's tested and true. It's already something that they have guaranteed sales on, and they don't even have to get that creative. There's a much, the work's already partially done in a lot of these, like Dead Space. I don't know how well Dead Space did. I think part of it is probably that the game's not that old if it didn't sell that much. Maybe people don't care all that much about redoing the fucking thing. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, why did this game get remade and not CV, Dino Crisis, RE1, 0, right? Not that I want them to all get remade. I'd rather them just make something new. Imagine if this was just like RE4, but with these new ideas, but a whole new game. That would be even better. Yes, the nostalgia and stuff plays into it, but like I would rather something that plays off in the spirit of RE4 and then just did something new. I think these they're on the border, right? I think they make it big enough changes in RE3 Remake and this. I think that's like a focus to make it different enough to stand on its own that it's fine, but a lot of remakes don't. But they're priced for $70, like your Last of Us remake. It's a graphical overhaul. Some of it looks worse. Characters at that. And like, it's 70. That's not a fun idea. That's not, we're not going anywhere in video game. We're not creating any new cool experiences. You're just fucking making money, dude. Like, I don't want to like give credit. I'm not gonna like, oh, that's great. That's kind of where I'm at. I think this is really good overall. Matt Bane case, yeah, that's what they're doing. I think, I mean, on that side of things, if games haven't been released in forever and people aren't savvy enough to figure out how to play them, and you just want the world to see, I think that's fine. You're just porting it. Price it accordingly, totally fine. Right? Ghost Trick coming out for 10, 20 bucks, totally fine. Just remastered, put on different, you know, platforms for people. Nothing wrong with it. Etrian Odyssey, not even getting fully remade with all the best versions of itself combined together for $40 a piece. That is not okay. That is not okay at all. That is way, if it's $20, sure. $40? No. I think it's about price at that point. The effort going into it, how much your business is even like fucking like putting manpower into stuff. Like if you all you do is remake, like that kind of sucks, right? Like it's fine. I mean, from like just a business perspective, but like yeah, I mean in terms of like the art of it, right? Like that sucks, right? You don't want a world that's just I just know shit about EO. It's a fucking 20-year-old fucking game that's fucking not even got the untold stuff in it, and it's $40. I don't have to know nothing. I don't know nothing. I played EO3. I can talk about EO3. I don't want to play the game I just played for $40. $20, $10. I wish things were still. Remember when on the Nintendo Online store, you get like Paper Mario for like $10 or something, or $5. Nintendo's horrible about that shit now. They never put anything on sale, and they put out stupid limited time release bullshit. Man, those prices have gone up. Online Sequests. I've done them all, man. Done 'em. Anyways, I guess I'll wrap up the thoughts on this one. I want to go out and probably get some food. Might come back and do something. I just want to. I'm just gonna free ball. I think for the next week or something. Just I'm trying to keep like a little schedule. I've been trying to wake up at certain times and stuff. It's been kicking my ass. I'm just gonna do whatever for a little bit. We're just gonna stream or not stream. Sleep. My patience. That's been kind of wonky. A general feel. I'm probably gonna. We're gonna just kind of do whatever this week. I think I might do Fate Extella though. That might be the whatever. I'll see. That'll be fun in its own right. I think that game's gonna be really bad, but we'll see. But anyways, yeah, this game overall though, just the final take on it. Unless you guys want to talk about more, I can talk about this all day. I like talking about these. I think it was real good. I think it was solid. I could do a Resident Evil tier list. We could do that. Would that be fun? Should we do that right now? I guess we could. I've already kind of done one before, and we're missing a few games, but could save it. This would be the time to do it, though, right? RE4 remake game. Let's turn on some different music. Fuck, this depression music. Yeah, I think this one it hits pretty high. I would say it's pretty good. Let's just get a fucking. Let's see if I can find Resident Evil tier list. Boom, 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 boom. Does this one have the RE4 on it? Remake. Might restart the stream though. Let's have RE4. It does. Cool. Anyways, yeah. Final thoughts on this game though. I think it was really good. I liked it a lot. Let's do a little tier list. Fuck it. Resident Evil tier list and RE4 discussion. I'll restart the stream. How about that? Let me close out of the game too. Shit, God, I might have wanted to play in the last hour or two. I'll just have it rolling. Yeah. I think overall it was really good. I think it's one of the top Resident Evil games, and I like Resident Evil a lot. I like most of the games quite a bit. I enjoy the series quite well. So I think it works good. I think it stays pretty much faithful in spirit to the successor, but while providing its own unique experience that helps it stand across and be respected as a fucking game, not just as a way to make money. I think the new ideas it brings to the table, the pairing and all that, the difficulty, some of the new resource management and customization work out really well. I think some of the stuff they changed, they kind of just do it just for its own sake. The story's horrible. They execute horrible. The story's not very well done, and the voices and stuff are not very good. But it's still very replayable despite that. I don't like the DLC. I don't like the content parity problems. Like Ada probably being DLC, but overall it's a really good experience. I think it's solid, and we'll see where it scales here. So let me restart the stream, and we'll do a little tier list for fun. If you guys want to make one, here you go. I'm gonna grab a drink once we return the stream on, and then we'll go for it.